Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. A very good morning to our distinguished guests, respected speakers, and valued participants. On behalf of the organizing committee, I am delighted to welcome all of you to the International Conference on Assessing Opportunities and Challenges in ASEAN-GCC Interactions. My name is Revda Selvar, and I have the honor of being your Master of Ceremonies for today. Before we begin, I would like to extend a special and warm welcome to the esteemed ambassadors and representatives here today. Your presence signifies the importance of collaboration and cooperation across nations, and we are honored by your commitment to advancing meaningful dialogue and partnerships. This conference today aims to foster dialogue and explore the opportunities and challenges that shape ASEAN-GCC interactions in today's evolving landscape. We deeply appreciate your presence here, and we look forward to a day filled with insightful discussions and meaningful exchange of ideas. Now, I invite everyone to stand for the national anthem of Indonesia. You may be seated. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Muslim Imran, the Director of the Asia Middle East Research Center, to deliver his welcoming speech. Okay. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Muad Siam, the Conference Director, to deliver the welcoming speech.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone, and warm welcome to our international conference on assisting opportunities and challenges in ASEAN GCC interactions. It's a great honor to stand before you today as the conference director, representing all of us here as we embark on a remarkable journey of collaboration and dialogue. First and foremost, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all of you for joining us today, especially given the importance and relevance of the subject we are about to explore. We are gathered here at Universitas of Indonesia in Jakarta, a city that stands as a hub of culture, knowledge, and exchange, and we are fortunate to be part of this intellectual and diplomatic crossroads. Today, we will examine the various opportunities and challenges surrounding the interactions between the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, and the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC. Two regions that are critical players on the global stage. This conference is made possible through the collaboration of several distinguished institutions, and I would like to take the moment to express our heartfelt appreciation to all of them. The Asia Middle East Center for Research and Dialogue, AMEC, Universitas Indonesia, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, and Universitas Babajaran, Asia West East Center. It's through this remarkable collaboration that we are able to gather such a diverse and accomplished group of scholars, policymakers, industry leaders, and expertise, all of whom share a common goal to assist and deepen the interactions between ASEAN and GCC in a meaningful and sustainable way. As we look at the landscape of global politics, trade, and cultural exchange, the partnership between ASEAN and GCC holds a huge potential. With ASEAN's rapidly growing economics, young populations, and strategic geopolitical positioning, and with GCC's influence in energy, finance, and innovative, there are countless opportunities to build stronger ties between these two regions. However, as with any ambitious collaboration, there are also challenges that require us to be creative and, mostly important, committed to working together. The purpose of this conference is to explore these opportunities and challenges in detail. We will be encouraging and through proactive discussion on the wide of topics, including economy, diplomacy, technology, education, and people-to-people exchange. Each session has been carefully designed to facilitate meaningful exchange, provoke new ideas, and promote deeper understanding between our regions. I encourage you all to take full advantage of the diverse perspectives that will be shared through the sessions and to make the most of the networking opportunities that will arise during this event. In closing, I would like to express my sincere gratitude once again to our co-hosting institutions, our distinguished speakers, and our esteemed guests and participants. Thank you, and I wish you all an inspiring, productive, and rewarding conference. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Muslim Imran, the Director of the Asia Middle East Center for Research and Dialogue, to deliver his welcoming speech.
Thank you, Rawda. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning to you all. His Excellency Mr. Yayan Ganda Hayat Mulyana, the head of Indonesia's Foreign Policy and Strategy Agency Center. Honorable Dr. Asif Setiawan from the Universitas of Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Honorable Mr. Arthur Subroto from the University of Indonesia, Honorable Dr. Abdul Reza Alami from AsiaWE Center, the Excellencies, Ambassador of Oman, Ambassador of Sudan, Ambassador of Bangladesh and Algeria, as well as the diplomats representing many embassies, if I may go quickly through them. The Embassy of Turkey to Indonesia, Embassy of Armenia, Brazil, France, Japan, Malaysia, Pakistan, Russia, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Tunisia, and other dignitaries. My dear brothers and sisters, especially the students of Universitas Indonesia and other academics who are here today with us on this important event, a very good morning to you all. It is my honor to welcome all of you to this very important conference on ASEAN-GCC relations. On behalf of the Asia Middle East Center for Research and Dialogue, AMEC, and all other partners, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your presence here today. I also express my utmost appreciation to all of our partners and committee members whose invaluable contributions have made this event a reality. This conference holds a deep personal significance to me. I first discussed the idea of this conference with the late Dr. Muhammad Jamil in early 2023. Dr. Abu Jamil, as we all knew him, was one of AMEC's founding members. He returned to Gaza in the later months of 2023, and unfortunately, he was tragically murdered along with all of his family members in the ongoing genocide in Gaza. May his soul rest in peace, and may our brothers and sisters in Gaza and Palestine achieve freedom and peace soon. Following that initial discussion with Dr. Jamil, I had the privilege of exploring the idea with Dr. Abdul Reza of AsiaWE, and then with Dr. Asif of UMJ. And eventually, together, we approached Universitas Indonesia, IMERS in particular. Mr. Jabbar and his team were very welcoming of the idea, and Alhamdulillah, we are here today in this event. I then flew to Jakarta a few weeks ago after the inauguration of President Prabowo Subianto to meet His Excellency Bapak Anis Matta to congratulate him and the government on their appointment, and to invite him personally to this conference. He earlier committed to supporting this event and coming, but unfortunately due to a last-minute assignment, he couldn't make it here today. But thankfully, he sent His Excellency Bapak Dr. Yayan Mulyana, Yayan Mulayan, sorry for the misspelling. Papa Yayan to represent him, the Foreign Ministry and the government of Indonesia in this important event. So to him and to all of the partners, I would like to say a heartfelt appreciation and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the recent inaugural ASEAN-GCC Summit held in October 2023 in Riyadh was a landmark moment, reflecting the two regions' shared vision to deepen cooperation across political, economic, as well as cultural domains. This conference today builds on that, and it seeks to bring together experts, academicians, as well as policymakers to explore opportunities and challenges in this critical time. This conference is in fact the first of its kind. I have done a lot of research on Google, and I can assure you that this conference is probably the first academic initiative on this very topic. And while official diplomatic efforts have laid the foundation for collaboration between the two regions, there has been little academic exploration of this partnership's opportunities and challenges until now. This event today represents a pioneering step in fostering intellectual dialogue on this important topic. I hope that this conference will set a precedent, and we should consider making it an annual tradition, inshallah, in order to ensure sustained discussion, collaboration, and progress. Furthermore, I propose that we consolidate the valuable insights that we will hear today in this conference and issue it into a publication. A book capturing the breadth of today's discussions would serve as a lasting resource for scholars, policymakers, and practitioners alike. Ladies and gentlemen, the ASEAN-GCC relationship has come a long way since the formal ties began in the early 90s, from ministerial dialogues to the framework agreement for 2024-2028. We are witnessing a growing recognition of the potential for meaningful collaboration between these two dynamic regions. ASEAN, with its 10 Southeast Asian member nations, has achieved a lot of economic growth and stability. Meanwhile, the GCC, with its 6 Gulf member states, plays a central role in the Middle East's political and economic landscape. Despite the geographical distance between the two regions, the complementarities between the two of them make this partnership a key element in shaping the future. The ties between the two regions cut across several areas. One of them is, of course, trade relations, and the relations have surged to reach $110 billion in 2022. Of course, thanks mainly to Singapore, which probably covers half of this number. But the potential for a growing trade and economic relation between the two regions is very huge. Initiatives like the proposed free trade agreement between Indonesia, for instance, and the GCC serve as examples of what is possible when the two sides come together. But this relationship goes beyond economics. Cultural and educational exchanges, for instance, are as important as the economic ties. People-to-people connections and shared values are the foundation for sustainable partnerships. Programs that promote mutual understanding, such as art, education, and cultural festivals, help build trust and strengthen the bonds between the two regions. This very conference, being an intellectual initiative, is serving this very purpose. However, ladies and gentlemen, challenges remain. Diverse economic policies, geopolitical complexities, especially in the Middle East, and the differing governance structures require thoughtful approaches. Success depends on institutional coordination, inclusive politics, and leveraging our strengths to overcome obstacles. So moving forward, to unlock the full potential for this partnership, I encourage one, strengthening institutional mechanisms for sustained dialogue and cooperation. Two, implementing inclusive economic policies that address developmental disparities and other issues. Three, promoting public-private partnerships to drive innovation and investments. And finally, investing in intellectual and capacity building efforts to empower the member states and their people. In conclusion, I believe that this partnership between ASEAN and the GCC is a testament of what can be achieved through collaboration and shared vision. By embracing differences and by working together to address common challenges, we can create a more interconnected, resilient, and prosperous future for the people of the two regions. As we embark on this pioneering journey, let us commit to continuing these discussions in the years to come, enhancing the understanding and advancing shared goals and objectives. Finally, my brothers and sisters, I wish to thank all of you for your presence here today, and I wish to especially thank Mr. Muaz Siam, the program manager, and his committee. Needless to mention, a very long list of names, for their amazing job in bringing everyone together here today. I again also thank all of our partners, UMJ, AsiaWE, Universitas Padjadjaran, and especially Universitas of Indonesia, especially IMES, for having us here today and for coming together to achieve this goal of organizing this conference. I wish today's event will see a productive, insightful discussion, and I pray that this will not be the final intellectual initiative in this course. بالتوفيق والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muslim, for your insightful speech. I now invite Dr. Mr. Ator Sobroto, Director of the School of Strategic and Global Studies, University of Indonesia, to deliver the opening remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning for you all, especially Honorable Mr. Muslim Imran, Director of the ASEAN Middle East Center for Research and Dialogue, Mr. Yayan Ganda Hayat Mulyana, Head of Foreign Policy Strategy Agency, Dr. Arifin Sudirman, Head of Department Universitas Padjadjaran Bandung, Dr. Asep Setiawan, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, and Excellencies, Ambassadors, or the representative from Algeria, Armenia, Bangladesh, Brazil, Japan, Malaysia, Oman, Pakistan, Russian, South African, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, France, Tunisia, Turkey, and also all of the speakers for this conference. Lecturers, students from especially Universitas Indonesia. First of all, I would like to say thank you for the committee from School of Strategic and Global Studies, and also with the partners coming from Asia West East Center, ASEAN Middle East Center for Research Dialogue, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, and also Universitas Padjadjaran to make this one-day international conference in assessing opportunities and challenges in ASEAN-GCC interactions becoming a dream come true. Ladies and gentlemen, again, it's our pleasure to host this conference on behalf of Universitas Indonesia, especially School of Strategic and Global Studies. Welcome you all to this conference. I hope this conference will make collaboration between people to people between these countries, ASEAN and Gulf Cooperation Council in Middle East become stronger and stronger. We can see the day event in Middle East, in Europe, in East ASEANs. We know the geopolitically and geostrategy and geoeconomy is very dynamic happening today. So with this conference, assessing opportunities, challenges in ASEAN GCC interaction, we hope we will have some conclusion to make our collaboration, people to people and culture to culture in this two region become stronger in the next future. With this collaboration, with this kind of collaboration and cooperation with in this current situation, I think we will make our future brighter and brighter. I think so many things have been said by Mr. Muslim Imran as the director of this ASEAN Middle East Center for Research and Dialogue before me. So I think there is nothing left to say from me. It's very complete. I think it's just we are very happy again to host you all this to this event, and I hope again with this conference we have a very fruitful discussion, and again we can make a great contribution for our future together in this world. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the opening remarks. As Prof. Dr. Ma'moon Murad Al-Barbasi is unable to join us today, the director of the university, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Asif Satyawan to deliver the remarks on his behalf. Please welcome Dr. Asif Satyawan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to everybody here. Your Excellency Dr. Yayan Ganda Hayat Mulyana, representative of Deputy Foreign Minister Anis Matta, and Excellency Mr. Muslim Imran, Director AMEC, Dr. Arthur Subroto from University of Indonesia, Dr. Arvin from UNPAD, also Director of AsiaWE Center, Honorable also distinguished ambassador, esteemed academician, researcher, and honor guests. It is both a privilege and honor to welcome all of you to this distinguished gathering that explore the advance of relationship between the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, and the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC. As key stakeholders from diverse fields, your presence here signifies the shared commitment to forging stronger ties between these two dynamic regions. The ASEAN-GCC relationship has entered a new chapter, marked by the landmark ASEAN-GCC Summit held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia on October 2023. This summit represents not just a historical milestone, but also beacon of opportunity for expanded cooperation in politics, economics, and regional partnership. The ASEAN-GCC Framework of Cooperation for 2024 to 2028 has outlined strategic priorities, including political dialogue, economic engagement, and cultural exchange. The GCC accession to ASEAN Treaty of Amity and Cooperation underscores its dedication to fostering peaceful coexistence and mutual respect. Furthermore, agreements to hold biennial summit and regular ambassadorial dialogues enhance the institutional backbone of this partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, on the economic front, trade between ASEAN and GCC countries reached 85.2 billion in 2021, reflecting steady growth over the past decade, with the key sectors such as energy, agriculture, digital connectivity, and tourism driving mutual investment and potential for economic expansion is immense. Discussion about the potential free trade agreement between ASEAN and GCC highlight the ambition to unlock even greater opportunity for both regions. Regional cooperation is another critical pillar of this relationship. From tackling climate change through clean energy collaboration to addressing food security challenges and counterterrorism, ASEAN and GCC are proving that multilateralism and partnership can address complex global challenges effectively. However, to truly capitalize on the momentum created by the Red Summit, we must take bold and innovative steps. This included accelerating negotiation for comprehensive free trade agreement, facilitating greater private sector engagement, and establishing joint task force to address pressing issues like climate change. In this regard, I would like to propose also greater role of academic institutions, such as Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, Universitas Indonesia, and Universitas Pajajaran in shaping the next chapter of ASEAN-GCC relation. Universities, I believe, can serve as hub of research, innovation, and dialogue, contributing actionable insights to policymakers and stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is a vital opportunity to envision a future where ASEAN and GCC work collaboratively to achieve peace, prosperity, and sustainability. By building on the successes of the past and addressing the challenges of the future, we can forge partnership that not only benefits of our region, but also contributes to the global stability and progress. Thank you, and I look forward to the productive discussion and outcome of this conference. Nasru minallah wa fatun qarib wa basyiril mu'minin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
It is an honor for me to invite our keynote speaker, Mr. Yayan Ganda Hayat Mulyana, representing His Excellency Bapak Anis Matta, who will deliver a keynote speech on the topic of diplomacy in the emerging world order. Please welcome to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Excellencies, ambassadors and representatives of embassies here in Jakarta. Dr. Arthur Subroto, Director of School of Strategic of Global Studies, University of Indonesia. Dr. Muslim Imran, Director, the Asia Middle East Center for Research and Dialogue. Dr. Muhammad Siam, Conference Director. And Dr. Asep Setiawan, representing the University of Muhammadiyah, Jakarta. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak-Bapak and Ibu-Ibu. At the outset, allow me to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee for inviting me on behalf of His Excellency Vice Minister Anis Matta. I'm deeply honored to speak before this distinguished assembly of academics, policymakers, industry, and civil society representatives. This conference convenes at a critical juncture as our world continues to be confronted by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. The theme of this conference, Assessing Opportunities and Challenges in ASEAN-GCC Interaction, aptly captures the promise of our relationship and the magnitudes of the challenges that we will face ahead. It reflects not only the aspirations of our two regions, but also critical need for collective actions. In a word, undergoing seismic geopolitical and geoeconomic transformation. Let me also use this opportunity to congratulate the conveners, namely the Asia Middle East Center, University of Indonesia, Muhammadiyah University Jakarta, the Asia West East Center, and University of Pajajaran for co-organizing and co-hosting this important and timely conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN and the GCC represent two major sub-regional organizations poised for continued growth. Our combined GDP exceeds $5 trillion US, while our population surpasses 700 million people. These are substantial assets which enable us to play a strategic role as a positive force amid an increasingly polarized global environment. As the global order is becoming highly fragmented, both ASEAN and the GCC play vital roles within their respective regions. The Indo-Pacific has emerged as a focal point of common prosperity, while the Gulf region continues to be vital for global energy security and trade. ASEAN's strategic commitment to maintaining centrality in Indo-Pacific aligns well with the GCC Diplomatic Balancing Act, involving major powers such as the United States, China, and Europe. As these regions confront shifting global dynamics, safeguarding their strategic autonomy and security while fostering comprehensive partnership becomes imperative for advancing shared interests. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, security challenges today are not confined by borders. They are shared concern that transcend region. For both ASEAN and the GCC, these challenges necessitate the joint responses across several critical areas. Firstly, on maritime security, the protections of vital sea lanes, such as the Straits of Malacca and the Strait of Hormuz, as the main routes of global supply chains, is of paramount importance to sustaining global trade and energy supplies. Our collaborative efforts to combat piracy, uphold freedom of navigation, and enhance maritime domain awareness are essential to bolster regional stability. Secondly, counterterrorism and cybersecurity. Both regions face persistent threats from terrorism and cyber attacks. ASEAN robust multilateral frameworks such as the ASEAN Convention on Counterterrorism offer valuable models for cooperation. Meanwhile, the GCC's advanced cybersecurity initiative provide expertise that ASEAN can adopt to strengthen our defenses in this ever-evolving domain. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, the climate change and climate security pose existential threats through rising sea levels and resource scarcity. To build climate resilient societies, ASEAN and the GCC must pool our resources and expertise, collaborating to mitigate climate-related risks effectively and substantially. ASEAN and the GCC find themselves at the crossroad of transforming global landscape. By leveraging our perspective strengthens, embracing cooperation and fostering strategic partnership, we can secure a more stable, prosperous, and resilient futures of our regions and the world at large. The economic partnership between ASEAN and the GCC had experienced significant expansion for the years, driven by the region's unique and complementary economic strengths. ASEAN, with its diverse economies and integrated regional framework, has emerged as a global hub for manufacturing, electronics, and services. Its competitive labor market, advanced supply chains networks, and commitment to economic integration through frameworks like the ASEAN Economic Community have strengthened its role in global trade. Meanwhile, the GCC has long been recognized as a global energy powerhouse, supplying a substantial share of the world's oil and gas. Beyond its traditional energy export, the GCC has been diversifying its economy by investing heavily in infrastructure, financial services, and renewable energy projects, particularly in solar and green hydrogen. This economic diversification aligns well with ASEAN needs for energy security, technology transfers, and inbound investment in sustainable development projects. However, realizing the full potentials of this partnership require addressing critical challenges, regulatory differences between ASEAN multi-country framework and the GCC's regional standards complicate market entry and trade compliance. Logistical barriers, including limited direct trade routes and lack transport infrastructure, increase shipping costs and transit times. Tariff and non-tariff barriers also add complexity, reducing competitiveness in certain industries. To overcome these hurdles, both regions must prioritize harmonizing trade regulation, simplifying custom procedures, and investing in transport and digital infrastructure. We are expecting the next MBZ tolls and other investment from the GCC in our countries, establishing a comprehensive trade and investment framework, such as a free trade agreement or FTA, or a strategic economic partnership, could also create a more predictable and business-friendly environment. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our regions, ASEAN and the GCC, are deeply enriched by histories that span millennia. Culture, shaped by diverse tradition, and societies grounded in values of community and hospitality. In an interconnected world, cultural understanding is not merely a bridge, it is the foundations for enduring and sustainable partnership. It fosters mutual respect, breaks down stereotypes, and nurtures trust, and making it essential for long-term experience and friendship as well as cooperation. And ladies and gentlemen, on the same note, as we move forward in strengthening ties between ASEAN and the GCC, we must remember that diplomacy is not solely conducted through official negotiation or economic agreements. It is also nurtured through the human connection formed through shared cultural and interfaith experiences. Cultural exchange and interfaith dialogue are the soul of international cooperation. It creates lasting bonds that go beyond policies and treaties, enriching our societies and ensuring that the future generation inherit a legacy of understanding and friendship. By investing in culture diplomacy, fostering academic partnership, promoting inclusivity, and preserving our shared heritage, ASEAN and the GCC can build a resilient, dynamic, and culturally enriched partnership, one that stands the test of time. As we look to strengthen and expand the relationship between ASEAN and the GCC, one of the most powerful engines for innovation and development lies within our universities, as highlighted by the previous speakers, and research institutions. These institutions are not only centers of learning, They are hubs of knowledge, creation, innovation, and problem solving. By fostering deep collaboration in education and research, we can unlock the new possibilities for shared progress in critical areas like climate science, public health, technology, and sustainable development. While the potential for cooperation between ASEAN and the GCC is immense, we must recognize that, like many other significant partnerships, there are challenges that we must navigate. For all that, I am convinced that these challenges are not insurmountable. Rather, they represent opportunities for growth, collaboration, and innovation. They are not roadblocks, but calls to action. Number one, geopolitical differences. One of the most prominent challenges we face is the geopolitical differences that exist not only within ASEAN and the GCC, but also in relations to the broader international order. As we know, ASEAN and the GCC are both strategically positioned in their respective regions, and while both seek peace, stability, and prosperity, their foreign policy priorities may sometimes diverge. ASEAN's focus on maintaining regional centrality and fostering an inclusive security architecture in the Indo-Pacific may not always align with the GCC's balancing act between its relationship with global powers such as the United States, China, and Europe. Yet, these differences do not have to divide us. By fostering open, transparent, and continuous dialogue, we can find common ground in areas where our interests overlap. Both regions share a commitment to peace, stability, and multilateralism. And number two, economic disparities. Economic disparities between ASEAN and the GCC are another significant hurdle we must address. While ASEAN is home to a diverse set of economics at varying stages of development, the GCC is predominantly made up of wealthy states with advanced infrastructure, strong financial sectors, and a dominant position in the global energy market. These disparities can lead to challenges in harmonizing regulations, trade practices, and investment flows. However, these differences also provide a unique opportunities for mutual learning and complementary growth. ASEAN growing manufacturing service sectors and digital economy can benefit from the GCC's vast financial resources, advanced infrastructures, and expertise in energy. Likewise, the GCC can benefit from ASEAN dynamics, diverse consumer markets, and its expertise in digital innovation, fintech, and renewable energy solutions. Rather than being a barrier, the disparities should be seen as a strength, offering pathways for each region to complement and support the other's growth trajectory. We can overcome these challenges by fostering a deeper understanding of each other's economies and creating platforms that facilitate investment flows and joint ventures. And by focusing on areas like renewable energy, advanced manufacturing, and sustainable infrastructure, we can create paths that align economic interests of both regions. And number three, culture sensitivities. Another important challenge we must confront is the crucial sensitivities that can sometimes arise from differences in language, religion, and societal norms. ASEAN and the GCC are both regions with rich cultural heritage, where traditions, values, cultures, customs are important elements and play an essential role in shaping social dynamics. These cultural differences, while enriching, can sometimes create misunderstanding or obstacle in communication and cooperation. But rather, viewing these differences as challenges, we can embrace them as opportunities to build deeper and more meaningful connections. Through initiatives such as cultural exchanges, joint academic program, and community outreach, we can promote mutual respects and understanding. We can celebrate our cultural diversity through art, music, literatures, and food. If I may share something that our agency just recently completed. Last month, we just developed a survey titled Europe and EU in the Hearts and Minds of Indonesia. And one of the most important points that connect EU, Europe, and Indonesia is football. The sub-diplomacy, sub-element is extremely important. Perhaps we can develop similar things in the context of connecting more GCC with ASEAN and with Indonesia. Of course, music, art, sports, and any cultural manifestations of cooperation. Creating a cultural diplomacy that enhances people-to-people ties and strengthens our shared commitment to peace and respect is extremely important for the future. Perhaps it is also in the strategic interest of our agency, perhaps next year, to develop a survey on capturing the public sentiments of Indonesia concerning GCC, concerning the Middle East. Of course, it is not only in the context of geopolitics, but also in the context of geosociety and geoeconomy. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, let me add a few points. Through the ASEAN Gulf Cooperation Council Framework 2024-2028, ASEAN and the GCC aim to further strengthen partnership and cooperation to realize the potential for growing cooperation between both sides. In line with the outcomes of the two ASEAN-GCC ministerial meetings, which were held respectively in September 2018 and September 2019, at the sideline of the United Nations General Assembly meeting in New York. This framework identifies measures, cooperations, and activities to be jointly undertaken by the two sides in the areas of common interest, in political security, economic and socio-cultural pillars to realize the full potentials of ASEAN and GCC collaboration. To this end, ASEAN and the GCC have further committed to enhancing cooperation between both sides on the basis of equal and mutual benefits, particularly in political, economic, and cultural relations, tourism, connectivity, initiative of ASEAN integration, trade and investment, as well as in the fields of education and cultural development. For ASEAN, this is very important as it will chart ways to achieve the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. The challenges we face are significant, but they are not insurmountable. In fact, they provide us with the perfect opportunity to forge a deeper, more resilient partnership. By embracing an open dialogue, celebrating our cultural diversity, fostering inclusive growth, and prioritizing climate action, we can build a future where ASEAN and the GCC are not just partners, but leaders in co-creating a more prosperous, peaceful, and sustainable world. Finally, I wish all of you an inspiring conference and fruitful discussions during the course of the conference. I thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Yayan, for your insightful keynote. Okay, so we have now reached a significant moment of today's program, the official opening of the conference. To mark this occasion, we will play the official video, followed by a countdown to symbolize the beginning of this important event. May I kindly invite everyone to direct your attentions to the screens as we begin the countdown together. We move to the MOU signing ceremony. The agreements today signify the commitment between Asia Middle East Center for Research and Dialogue, University Indonesia, and University Muhammadiyah Jakarta to foster a collaboration in research and academic exchange. To witness and formalize this important milestone, I would like to call on stage the following distinguished guests. Mr. Abdul Jabbar, Head of the Islamic and Middle East Research Center, University Indonesia. Mr. Athar, representing University Indonesia. Mr. Yahya, representing Yayan, representing His Excellency Bapak Anis Matta. Dr. Muslim Imran, the Director of the Asia Middle East Center for Research and Dialogue. Mr. Muad, the Conference Director. Dr. Abdurreza Alami, the co-founder and director of the Asia West East Center, AsiaWE, and Dr. Asif Setyawan, representing University Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give them a round of applause as they make their way to the stage. I kindly request all our distinguished guests on stage to remain, as we now have the honor of inviting the ambassadors of Oman, ambassador of Sudan, and the ambassador of Turkey to join us for an official group photo. Your Excellencies, may I respectfully invite you to the stage for the commemorative photo session. Okay. So now Dr. Reza is giving a token of appreciation to Mr. Yayan. We now begin the session 1, titled GCC, West Asia and the World. The session will be moderated by Ms. Deva Rahman, CEO of Indonesia Berdaya Mandiri, IBMA. We have 3 esteemed speakers for this session, Dr. Maryam Muhammad Al-Quwairi, Dr. Abdul Reza Alami, and Dr. Tia Maria Tuqibtia. Each will present their insights, followed by a 20-minute Q&A session. Please welcome to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. It's very nice to witness this very important day on the opportunities and challenges and also the MOUs of operations between these very important organizations and also the cooperations with all the universities in Indonesia. So please allow myself to introduce myself. My name is Deva Rahman. I am the CEO of Indonesia Berdaya Mandiri. It's a trade and investment company focusing to bring Indonesian potential and then bring the market of international to Indonesia. And it's an honor for me to be the moderator of these important sessions, which is the sessions 1, the GCC, West Asia, and the world. So before we begin, let me introduce our distinguished speaker. The first is Dr. Mariam Al-Kwari, the Director of Gulf Studies, Center College of Arts Sciences of Qatar University. Welcome to Indonesia, Ms. Mariam. Ms. Mariam Al-Kwari is Director of Gulf Study Centers and Assistant Professor of International Relations at International Affairs Department of Qatar University. She holds a bachelor degree in International Affairs from Qatar University in 2012, a master degree in Middle East Politics of SOAS, University of London, and PhD from Institute of Arab and Islamic Studies at the University of Exeter in 2021. Dr. Mariam will present the GCC's role in global geopolitics and economic diversification, or GCC and superpowers in geopolitics, politics, security, and economy and beyond. Our second speaker is Dr. Abdulreza Alami. He is the senior lecturer in the Faculty of Communications and Media Studies at University Technology of Mara, Malaysia, and a co-founder and director of the ASIA-WE East Center, or AsiaWE Malaysia. Dr. Alami holds PhD in Media and Communication Studies of University Malaya, Malaysia, and master degree in Political Science from Azad University, Iran, and previously held esteemed positions including postdoctoral research fellow, both International Islamic University Malaysia and Kharazmi University in Iran. He has very extensive research expertise, and we are very happy to have you here, Mr. Dr. Alami, and will present a comparative study of regionalisms in Asia, ASEAN, and the Gulf Cooperation Council. Our last speaker is Dr. Tia Mariatul Kebetia from Binus University. Welcome, Dr. Tia. She's the faculty member in Department of International Relations at Binus University, and her research, published in international journals in indexes by Scopus, has significantly contributed to Middle Eastern studies and international relations. And I just learned that she wrote also a book in just presented today by Dr. Alami. And Dr. Tia will present about Iran and Saudi reconciliation via China, strategic benefit for ASEAN. So this is a very important topics that we will have today in this session, especially with the geopolitics. But what we can see is actually the opportunities and challenges ahead. We and GCC and Indonesian and ASEAN countries really looking forward for a bigger cooperations and have a positive relationship between ASEAN and GCC and also Iran. So I would like to welcome Dr. Mariam Al-Kwari to present her presentations. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Diva, for your kind introduction. First of all, it's such an honor and a great pleasure to be here for the first time in Jakarta, more specifically in University of Indonesia. I would like to thank the organizer for their kind invitation, and I look forward for fruitful discussions, inshallah. But before I start my presentation, allow me to say a few words in these difficult times. It's very hard to speak about anything except what happened in my region, the Middle East, more specifically the genocidal war in Gaza led by the Israeli occupation, and their military attack extended to Lebanon, and now we can see it in Syria. I felt it's really important to mention this because when we're talking about cooperation, international relations, having such an occupation in that region, it's something that will impact any relations worldwide. So, and more specifically, the stability of the region. So it's very important to discuss the most important challenge that any country will face as the occupation exists in Palestine. So now let's move to the topic that I'm going to tackle. Basically, it's not about the superpower. So I think there's someone want me to speak about the superpower, but my real title is the GCC ASEAN Shared Interest and Common Ground in Shifting Geopolitical Context.
Oh, very sorry because it's
no worry
yeah.
about it. So
Please.
So in my presentation, I will examine the emerging framework of strategic and economic cooperation between the GCC and ASEAN, focusing on two main questions. The first question, what are the opportunities exist for deepening the relationship between the two blocs? And what are the challenges? And if there is a challenge, how can we actually tackle or enhance solving these challenges? So whenever I attend any conference or any workshop about the GCC-Asia relation, there is always a discussions about GCC-China relations. And this is understandable because the relationship of China and GCC started earlier in 1917. But when it comes to the GCC-ASEAN relation, there is no much information about it. Even when it comes to the latest summit in 2023 in Riyadh, I would definitely say there is no any kind of policy briefs behind the summit. There is nothing to mention except the information that already in the news and the media outlet. Therefore, as an academic, it's really important to have such a discussion in this conference talking about what are the outcomes behind the relationship between ASEAN and GCC. Despite the fact that the relationship started in 1919, when the chair of Council Ministers of GCC take the initiative, he was the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Oman, and he took the initiative to enhance the formal relation with ASEAN countries or nations. The actual plan started later on in 2009 in Bahrain, the Manama meeting. And the Manama meeting was more specifically discussing the mutual interests guiding the relationship, with the emphasis on the three main areas. The first area, free trade area. The second one, economic cooperation and development. The third one, culture, education, and information. Since then, it has been several meetings. I'll summarize them. ASEAN-GCC consultative meeting on education in 2010 in Bangkok. ASEAN-GCC working group meeting on food security and agriculture invested in 2011 in Doha. Then tourism consultation in 2011 in Leos, and then senior economic official meeting in 2011 in Salalah. The reason I'm summarizing the number of meetings has been held previous years is to show that it's always a strategic plan, but when it comes to reality, it's very difficult to implement it. Because I would argue that the GCC work as a bilateral relations more than a collective group. So you will see like one GCC country is working with another countries in Asian bloc as an individual, not as a collective group. And this is one of the main challenges that we need to enhance it in order to work from one bloc to another bloc, not as an individual partnership. And please stop me if I take more than. And I can give you plenty of example when it comes to the bilateral relationship between GCC countries and Asian nation. For example, in 2017, which is considered the crucial time for GCC, when the blockade happened, three GCC countries blockade Qatar. It was one of the reasons that enhanced the bilateral relation between Qatar and Asian countries. So 90% of Qatari export headed to Asia countries. Since then, Qatar increased their investment in Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Philippines. So Qatar Investment Authority opened Qatari companies in Indonesia, for example, like Orido, Nebras Power, QMB, and many more. So the geopolitical situation or the regionalism, it could be a challenge for the state, but at the same time, it could be an opportunity. For example, like Qatar, it was an opportunity for them to shift their relationship from the GCC country towards Asia. Especially during the World Cup, most of the investment companies and real estate, it used to be from Saudi Arabia. Because of the harsh relationship or diplomatic relationship, so they shifted towards Asia and, of course, Turkey. So I'm arguing that there has been an absence of a strategic alignment between the two blocs, but I'm not saying that there is no relationship between them. There is a growing relationship between the two blocs since in 2009, but more economic in nature. So as we all know that the crude oil, plastic, and aluminium is the main Gulf importers for Southeast Asia, whereas food, electronic, and machines and vehicles are considered as the main goods from Southeast Asia to the GCC. And I think that this is a great opportunity to enhance more economic collaboration between the two. So how can we enhance, or how can we address these challenges when it comes to the bilateral ties and to make it more collective ties? Before I talk about how can we address it, I would say that there has been a lot of opportunities in the GCC that Asia could actually get benefit. For example, GCC now they are witnessing political economic shift, especially when it comes to the economic diversification. And I think this is a huge opportunity for the Asia to take this chance to collaborate with the GCC. Especially that the GCC, when you're looking at their vision 2025, 2023, that is trying to reduce the dependency of oil. So therefore, I think this is one of the greatest opportunity for them. And the second thing, speaking about the regionalism, United States become less interest in the region, I would say, when it comes to the economy. So I think that it's a fact that the China, Korea, and Japan and Southeast Asia are now the main markets for the Gulf hydrocarbons. So I think this is an important, that the GCC, they're trying to shift their relationship from traditional Western partnership towards Asia. So there is another opportunity, and then maybe I'm gonna conclude. Of course, the big imperative for both sides to work together is now what is called the climate change. The climate change is the top priority for both blocs, and as the Prime Minister of Singapore mentioned, the extensional challenge between the two blocs. Given the massive economic weight to these two blocs represent, it is not surprising that much of the emphasis will be on economic dimension. First of all, carbon markets, while bilateral trade and economic agreement between the individual nation for both sides are important. It's perhaps time to consider bilateral free trade agreement between the two blocs. So the GCC claims a GDP over $2 trillion, while ASEAN's GDP exceed $3.6 trillion. The economies of the two blocs are also substantially different on many levels, which offers enormous opportunities to explore and expand trade and commercial exchange, as well as a strategic cooperation. We have emerging low carbon technology like GCC. ASEAN is also interested in exploring a new low carbon technology that can help to achieve a successful energy transition. The third one, financial cooperation, is another key. Gulf nations can support their food security, carbon offset goals, and economic diversification plan by investing in Asia. And finally, and I will conclude, exchange of knowledge and know-how. Both regions has been made a stride in development human capacity, know-how and setting policies and regulations to address environmental challenges, both at national and regional level. So I think this kind of conference is really important to discuss the opportunities and the challenges between the two blocks. And I will encourage everyone to raise their questions or anything, and we look forward to the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please have a round of applause for Dr. Mariam. So for next speaker, we are going to have Dr. Abdul Reza Alami from University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Please correct me if I mention your title of presentations, because I just follow the schedule and then the program in the book. A comparative study of regionalism in ASEAN and the Gulf Cooperations Council. And your time is 20 minutes for the presentations, and we will have a Q&A sessions after all the concluded of the presentation of our distinguished speakers. Please, Doctor.
Thank you very much. I would like to stand up, okay?
Yes,
I am the teacher,
sure,
okay? Cannot sit and but before they started, okay, just remember that my brothers, the Shaheed Muhammad Abu Jamil, as a Muslim mentioned, when we decided to organize this conference, Dr. Muhammad Abu Jamil and also Dr. Muslim and also our centers, they decided to organize this conference, collaborate with some of the center in the ASEAN. And unfortunately, the brother Muhammad Jamil, killed by the Israelis, the first day of the Gaza, okay, by the Israelis, rahmatullah alayhi. And also, as the co-founder of the AsiaWE, I would like to thank all of the organizers, especially Dr. Muslim Obran and Brother Moaz, and also Dr. Asif Sitfan, and also the Muhammadiyah University, Indonesia University, and also Pajajaran University. Thank you very much. And if you allow me, okay, start my presentation. Yes, okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dr. Mariam described this recent situation in the ASEAN and also the GCC. I wanted to speak about the regionalism, the comparative study that analyzes the ASEAN and also the GCC, the review of the historics. The keyword is the regionalism. for this topic, I want to the review of this, the background of the regionalism. The regionalism, please, the first. Introduction of the regionalism. Regionalism started after the World War II, when countries saw the need to work together for the shared goals. ASEAN and GCC are two examples of this. They were both created in the response to the external threats, but their development paths differ. Regionalism first appeared in Europe with the organization like the European Union. It soon the spread to other parts of the world, offering the solution for the shared challenging like the security and the rebuilding economy. ASEAN and GCC represented two different regional examples. Next one. ASEAN was created by the Indonesia, as you know, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Singapore, Thailand, to promote the stability during the Gulf War. They wanted to protect the region from the external influence like the communism. Over time, ASEAN expanded beyond security. It added economic programs like the free trade agreement, cultural exchange, and the social initiatives. Its membership also grew, making the stronger organization. Yeah, next one. ASEAN achieved economic integration through the project like the ASEAN Economic Community. It also promoted the peace among the member states and launched cultural project to preserve the heritage. The GCC was created by the 6 Gulf countries, including the Saudi Arabia and the UAE and the others, security trade like the Iran-Iraq war, and some of the situation in the Gulf Persian Gulf. Its main goal was to ensure stability in the Gulf region. Next one, please. Although the GCC began as a security alliance, it has recently focused on the economic reforms, such as the diversifying economic and reducing oil dependence. However, it hasn't expanded as much as it does. The GCC has success in ensuring regional security through the military cooperation. It also branched economic programs like the custom union that promote trade. ASEAN has the stronger economic integration with the agreement like the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. The GCC has made progress in the reforming economic, but it less integrated economic. Please, next question. ASEAN has a stronger economic integration with the agreement like the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. The GCC has made progress in the reforming economic, but is less integrated the economically. ASEAN actively promoted culture and social cooperation, while the GCC remains focused on the security and the economic reforms with the less emphasis on the culture initiative. Next one, please. Both organizations began with the security focus, but ASEAN expanded its goal to include economic and the culture. The GCC remained focused on the security. Next one. ASEAN focus challenging because its the member have a very different economy. For example, Singapore is the highly developed, while Cambodia is still developing. That makes it hard to create the policies that work for all members. Another issue is the political stability in the same country, which slows down cooperation. Finally, ASEAN agreements are often hard to enforce because they are based on the concept. The GCC biggest challenge is the heavy dependence on oil. If oil price fall, the impact the economic scientific. Another challenge is the geopolitical tension, such as the rivalry between the Saudi Arabia and Iran, which make regional cooperation difficult. Unlike ASEAN, the GCC has not worked much on the culture or the social integration, which limits in its impact. ASEAN moved from the focusing only on the security to the what is called new regionalism. This means opening the market and creating free trade agreement like the ASEAN Free Trade Area and RCEP. The GCC is trying to diversify its economic through plan like the Vision 2030. For example, Saudi Arabia is investing in the tourism and the technology to reduce its depending on oil. However, these reforms are happening slowly at the beginning, and there is resistance to the same change due to the political factors. But nowadays, it is doing fast with the new policies of the Ben Salman. Regional cooperation works best when the countries come together for the common cause. For example, ASEAN successfully coordinated disaster relief after the 2004 tsunami. The GCC, on the other hand, has the focus more in military cooperation, like the joint military exercise. This example shows how each organization focus on its strength. Next slide. Next slide. ASEAN showed the importance of being flexible and adapting to the new challenge. Its economic partnership and the cultural initiatives have helped in the grow stronger as a regional organization. These lessons can be useful for the other regions, including the GCC. Next one. The GCC teaches us how the strong focus on the security can maintain stability in the regions. It also highlights that the need to address regional conflict. Although progress is slow, it's a step toward the economic, a step of the economic. In the future, ASEAN will focus on the partnership and dealing with the challenging like the climate change. The GCC need to continue its economic reforms and reduce its dependence on oil. Regionalism will become even more important as the world become more interconnected. The last one. To conclude, ASEAN and GCC show how regionalism can take a different forms based on the local needs. Both organizations aim for the stability and the development, but their approach are the unique. Regionalism will remain vital for the solving global challenge like the climate change and the economic inequality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Reza, for your presentations. And right now we're going to invite Dr. Tia Mariatul Kiptia. She will present the Iran and Saudi reconciliations via China and the strategic benefit for ASEAN.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Dr. Reza Alami to invite me to join this international conference. And then the second, say thank you for the director of the AMEC, Mr. Muslim Imran. And then say thank you for the representative of the Foreign Ministry of Affairs, Bapak Yayan, right? And then Bapak Arthur Subroto, ya, Bapak Arthur Subroto, the Director of the School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Asep Setiawan, Pak Asep, thank you to invite and join this conference. And then my lecturer, Bapak Teguh Reza Shah from the Universitas Pajajaran. Pak Arthur Subroto PhD, I'm alumni from the Universitas Indonesia Pasca Sarjana for the Politik and International Relations of the Middle East Studies here. Okay, so it's honor for me come back again here, but I think this is the different situations and then building, yeah. For the long time I cannot visit to my university. And then my respected speakers here focusing on the Middle Eastern and ASEAN studies. And ladies and gentlemen, good morning today. Ladies and gentlemen, for the today, I would like to present about the Iran-Saudi reconciliation via China, the strategic benefit for the ASEAN. This is the idea of the Dr. Reza. And for Indonesia, I think this is the interesting topic, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, because why? I choose and agree with this topic because I think this is the interesting topic in Indonesia because it surprised when the Iran finally available open diplomatic relation with the Saudi Arabia. As far we know, maybe here speakers and then scholars, we know that the Iran and Saudi Arabia maybe the close relations and long history for the conflict, yeah. For example, started by the 1979 when the revolution in Iran, and where is the Iran try to the maybe change the system from the authoritarian and dictator administrations under the Pahlavi era and then change to the Republic Islam Iran. So finally the America and Iran decided to cut diplomatic relations, and then the Saudi Arabia, including Saudi Arabia, sorry, maybe I just only mention the history, yeah, if the speaker from the Saudi Arabia. And finally, the Saudi Arabia also cut diplomatic relations with Iran because at that time, Saudi Arabia included the part of the American alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, why finally Iran available open diplomatic relations I mentioned here for the possibilities for the reconciliations and have many reasons. I have many reasons based on the data and searching many data because my focus only the Middle East studies. If the media invite me to maybe explain except the Middle East, I reject it. So I focus because my background studies here in the PSTTI Universitas Indonesia for the Middle East studies. So my research focus on the Middle East studies. My grant research from the Ministry of Education, also the relations between the Indonesia and United Arab Emirates on the economic sector. And so I will reject if the public or media invite me except the Middle East studies. So the reason why the finally Iran, I think, available to save the open diplomatic mediated by the China. Number one, because I think they have the similar culture, similar ideology. According to me, the Sunni Shia, I think it's not difference. This is the only differences of the madhab. So Iran basically have the Shia madhab, and then I think for the Saudi, the background of the Sunni madhab, and all I think they are the Muslim. So this is the potential why the Iran and Saudi finally open diplomatic relations. And the second reason, because of the similar ideologies and culture, because they were once part of the Ottoman Empire or Turkey Usmani. And based on the history, Persian people and Arab people can cooperate each other in the Ottoman Empire era. For example, on knowledge, science, and then maybe create something why the Ottoman finally is very the biggest empire at the time. And the third era, because of the external pressure. Pressure, it's mean refer to the pressure from the ASEAN and then from the China. Why I mentioned the ASEAN and China? Because the ASEAN have the economic interests for the both countries, Iran and Saudi Arabia. And then for the China, absolutely, China is very have the economic interest in Middle East because I think the China invests much money in the Middle East, especially in Iran. And then the last decade, the last period in 2023, finally China invests, Saudi invests Aramco via Aramco company, invest their money in China. Next, maybe we can see the slide. This one, ladies and gentlemen, China's role in mediations. Number one, because the China has significant interest in the Middle East. Just mentions, particularly in GCC, China with Iran, via the Sinopec company. Sinopec is the oil company from the China and invest in Iran. And then the second is especially for the energy sector, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. And then the second is potential for the corporations. I can see because maybe yeah, minus reach the 10 minus, yeah. Yeah. Okay, the second is because I think ladies and gentlemen, I divide the bilateral based on the types of the countries. Number one, bilateral Iran and ASEAN, and the second Iran and China, and China and Saudi, and China and ASEAN. You can see in the last slide, we can see the finding of our research. And then this one, after Iran faced the economic sanctions in 1979, in Iran revolutions, the conditions, economic condition in Iran is declined and decreased. And then finally, Iran decided to approach the Southeast Asia, to ASEAN, to increase the economic development in Iran. This one, ladies and gentlemen, the Iran approach to the ASEAN, for example, number one is investment sector, and then trading, and then the last is culture sector. For the investment, mostly the Iran ASEAN on energy sector, oil and gas, because the Iran is very famous for the resource. I think the number 3 in the Middle East as a producing oil after the Saudi Arabia. And then the trading, the ASEAN and Iran increased significantly for the trading, export, import, and others. So for the culture, I think this is the interesting because the culture number one, they have the good collaborations on the education sectors. For example, I think Iran is smart country because the put the Iranian corner in each universities, including in Universitas Indonesia, Pak Arthur, because I accept the scholarship from the Iranian embassy and then go to the Isfahan and Tehran for the learning Persian language and culture, Iranian culture from the Universitas Indonesia. And then I think not only in Universitas Indonesia, I don't know with the UMJ, and then Universitas Pajajaran and many universities, state universities, especially in Indonesia, Iran put the Iranian corner. Iranian corner, I think like maybe the student can learn everything about the culture and language from the Iran. And then for the investment, next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, this one the data economic cooperations number one between the Iran and ASEAN. Here I just mentioned 2 countries, Indonesia and Malaysia. Why Mbak Tia? My students call me Mbak Tia. Prof. Yon also always mention Mbak Tia, the head of the Middle East Studies here. Why I only mention just Indonesia and Malaysia? I think this is related to the similar ideology and culture between the ASEAN and GCC countries. For the data, Iran and Indonesia cooperate mostly from the crude palm oil. As far we know, Indonesia have the big areas on the palm oil sector. And then the second is the agriculture. And then the cocoa, coffee, and others, rubber, papers, and chemical product export-import between Indonesia and Iran. And for the Iran and Malaysia, I think Malaysia is better than Indonesia. Sorry, Pak Yan from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I criticize the system trading export-import between Indonesia and Iran because the atas of the Iran complained and explained that Miss Tia, the trading between Iran and Indonesia should via the third country. The third country is Turkey because maybe it's related to the economic sanctions from the US. So they said disappointed with this system. It's different with the Malaysia. Malaysia support, and then for example, Malaysian bank supported the activities business in Iran. Maybe next, this is the input for an academic for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think the Indonesian government have to brave the open system export-import, not via to third country, but direct. Because if the via third country, this is not benefit for the Indonesia, it's not benefit for the Iran. And then how about the Iran-China? I just mentioned the cooperation between Iran-China. Mostly China invest in Iran on energy sectors. For example, Sinopec, the big companies from the China invest in Iran. And then CNOOC as the, I think the company oil and gas from the China, invest in Iran also. And then the last, the data China-Saudi in 2023. Finally, after the open diplomatic relations, Saudi invest via the Saudi Aramco in China. And we know why China as a mediator for the conflict and close tensions between Iran and Saudi Arabia. Because China have the political interest, economic interest in the Middle East. So finally, the both countries, Saudi Arabia, reconciliations, have the good reconciliations. And this one, the data analysis, finally, based on the data, I think the Iran and ASEAN cooperations is the biggest positions, in the highest positions, and the second position Iran China, and then finally China and Saudi. Why I maybe make a graph, disturbing for my campus, sorry. Why the data, based on the data analysis, China and Saudi is the highest grade, highest positions than the Iran ASEAN. Because I think related to the economic interest China in the Middle East. So the second is related to the how to maybe defend the hegemony America in the Middle East. As far we know, America always interfere and involved to the politics and all situations in the Middle East. And finally, if the China join in these conditions, hopefully next, maybe without the war, without the conflict, and all people, all countries in the Middle East, especially in GCC countries, can create a peace and collaborate each other. And this one, the finding of our research, this is the step. First, Saudi Arabia is investing in China, and then China is investing in ASEAN and Iran is investing in ASEAN. So I think this is the relations like the circle, and finally the situations based on IR perspective called is the balance of power to maybe to arrange the hegemony of the America in the Middle East, and then the diplomatic relations between Saudi Arabia and Iran facilitated by the China is reshaping the landscape of global politics. Finally, maybe there is different, and then change the situations. America cannot interfere again to the Middle East, and then in the Middle East, maybe create a peace, and then including the Free Palestine, yeah, will happen finally, and then all region can collaborate on economic sector. Thank you. Maybe enough from me. And then, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please have a round of applause for Dr. Tia. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a Q&A sessions. I'm going to open for 3 first questions for these sessions. We have 1, 2, 3. So we have another one here. So probably I'm going to take 2 from this side and then 1 from the right side. Can we have a microphone, please? Boleh mikrofonnya, Mbak? Makasih. Yes. We invite the questioners to mention the names and institutions, and then the questions directed to the speakers.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Hendra Manurung. I represent Bayaran University, and also I graduated from the International Relations, but currently I'm working with as a lecturer of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University and Mustafa University in Jakarta. And also that I would like to ask for Dr. Mariam.
Can you speak louder?
Yes, yeah. Of course. My name is Hendra Manurung. I'm currently lecturer. Yes, in Republic of Indonesia Defense University and Mustafa University.
Mustafa University.
Yeah, in Unhan also.
Okay.
Yeah, and also that I'm graduated from Unpad. I would like to know about first of all, of course, this is about the presentation. It is grateful that we heard about the current situations. However, that this is, I would like to ask Dr. Mariam regarding to the regionalisms. I think if I'm mistaken, and also that Dr. Abdul Reza Alami, since we know that this is, of course, the integrations of the economy. It is very interesting. However, about the political integrations, this is quite challenging. This is from my understanding, because we know that cultural awareness and also the geographical context, this is quite different, and also about the GDP of the each regions. I do not want to mention blocks, because we are not talking about the European Union blocks. Well, I would like to ask your perspective, point of view. Which one better to develop, to strengthen intra-regionalism first with amongst ASEAN or amongst GCC region countries, or maybe that directly going through on the extra-regionalisms itself, as we know that this is different perspective. And also that the second one, of course, the future and also the expectations of the citizens, ordinary citizens like me, for example, about the future of this kind of the relations. Since this is only the first beginning of the negotiations, what would be the future? Is there any roadmap on this specific strategic relations in the future? Or this is, I'm sorry, kindly do apologize, only mambo jumbo cooperations? The third one, of course, I'd like to ask the questions to Dr. Tia. She's also my fellow UNPAD, and also that about the Iran and ASEAN that you have not elaborated further. Could you please elaborate further on this, on that, since that from your presentations only discuss about Indonesia and Iran itself? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask all the questions to limit to only one for each of the persons for interest of time. Okay, we're going to have another one from the side, and then the gentleman on the right side. Thank you.
Thank you to moderator for your opportunities, and especially for the speaker. Shukran for all the kind and insightful discussions. My name is Juliadi. I am from ASEAN Secretariat and OIC Youth Indonesia, especially. And the questions is specifically to معالي دكتور مريم كواري. أول شيء مرحبا إلى بلدكم الثاني في جمهورية إندونيسيا. السؤال لعلاقات بين رابطة آسيان والمجلس التعاوني للدول الخليجية هي we know that ASEAN-GCC has been hold the ASEAN-GCC summit for the first time under leaders summit in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, which is initiated by Saudi Arabia and Indonesia, of course. But and the result of the GCC's declarations between two leaders still in abstract, because we know that there was no any mentions specifically into the strategic partnership. They just mentioned about the framework that will be started from this year. And the second one is we know that also to updating the cooperations throughout the framework. Secretary General الأمين العام لمجلس التعاون also زيارة إلى المركز رابطة آسيان هنا في جاكرتا. وكمان the chief negotiator of GCC also came here to discuss more deepen about what is the more specific strategic cooperations between two organizations. And the question is, what is your expectations to Dr. Mariam in the future or for the next GCC summit, second GCC summit, ASEAN GCC summit, which is held in Malaysia, and Malaysia also initiated to invite President Xi Jinping. So it will be 3+ summit for the first time. So what is your expectations لعلاقات مستقبل في إقليمين؟ شكرا.
Okay, thank you. Last questions.
Good morning, speakers. I'm Henilito Sevilla. I'm a professor of international relations and Middle East studies from the University of the Philippines. My question can be answered by either of the three speakers. We talk about regionalism, the challenges and, of course, opportunities that emerged within the recent development between ASEAN and the GCC that took place last year, for example, in Saudi Arabia. Now, in the context of regionalism, is it possible that the GCC itself will expand its membership, including other member countries of Middle East, particularly Iran and even Iraq, to bring in Iraq? I know that there is a problem with regards to Yemen membership to GCC because Yemen is economically not so capable of contributing to GCC. But what is the future of regionalism in GCC in that context? And in relation to that, how would China figure out the role of China in the coming years, for example? The second speaker made mention about the important role of China in mediating or bringing Iran and Saudi Arabia, providing that approachment mechanism. And we expect that there will be a kind of good relationship, a transactional relationship between Iran and China and Saudi Arabia in the coming years. But the question that I would like to ask on this context is, would this mean that China will continue to play a critical role in regionalism activity in the region and providing an alternative model away from the United States model that we are talking about in the past decades? And lastly, how are we going to use the capital, the human capital resources to promote the GCC-ASEAN relation? Because you made mention a while ago that GCC lack the strategic vision to promote relationship either in trade or other areas of collaboration with the ASEAN region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I think the questions for Dr. Mariam from both of the questions, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the exciting questions. The three questions basically about the regionalism, and I'll start with your. I think that the idea of comparing which one is better to expand the relationship, I think we need to frame the questions. What are the future benefit for both sides to start with? Because, for example, when Saudi Arabia started to create a relationship with China, everyone is talking that, because Saudi Arabia now, they are in a threat regarding United States, the new policy of the United States, so now they're shifting toward China. I don't think the comparison is right, because they are looking what are the interests for future collaboration. And the engagement for the GCC, I would argue it's a zero-sum competition, which means that GCC, they are not working together in a way that are complementing each other. No, they are working in a way they are challenging to prove themselves they are here, they are exist. For example, Saudi Arabia, they released a new policy in 2021, trying to force any international company, if they wanted to sign a contract with Saudi Arabia, to have a headquarters in Saudi Arabia land. And most of the international companies are from Dubai. And this policy is to undercut UAE. So in this case, they are not trying to collaborate in a way to complement each other and support each other, rather than trying to compete in a way to defeat the other side. This is the strategy, and this is the mentality I would argue. And this goes back to the creation of the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council. شكرا جزيلا لسؤالك. The main reason behind the creation of the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, was for the security matter, was for the Iranian existence, the Iranian revolution. Not because of the economy, not because of the culture, not because of the social ties. It's because of a threat, the Iranian threat. Therefore, I mean, when it comes to the GCC plans, an economy like the unified currency, since in 1980 they're talking about unifying currency. Until today, Nothing. Nothing. Even in the GCC ASEAN summit, they initiated common visa, and it was excellent a plan.
Initiative.
But my expectation in 2025, we need to see the implementation of the common visa. And because of the regionalism and instability of the region, it's very hard for the GCC countries to accept there is a leading country. It will be, even when it comes to the common currency. If there is a common currency, it would be one leading country dominating the currency. So, which is it's going to be a challenging initiative for other GCC countries, especially that every and different GCC countries they adopt a different foreign policy, and we can see it like Qatar, they are taking a different foreign policy rather than other GCC countries. So yeah, that I would.
How about the questions about expanding the member of a GCC? Is that something that's feasible in the future?
Expanding. I'm very pessimistic regarding this because I would argue that Yemen and Iraq is more closer to the GCC than Oman. Oman, they are part of the GCC countries, but they are isolated because of the mountains, the geographical location. Whereas we have a tribal communication and connections with the Yemeni tribes, and the Yemeni tribes expanded to the different Arabian peninsula. So why Yemen did not include it in the GCC countries? Again, going back to the security issues. Yemen and Iraq, Iran considered as a threat to the security of the GCC countries. So I would not expecting any expansion to other Gulf countries unless if it has to do with the sport.
With the sport. The sport. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mariam. Maybe Dr. Yeah. Okay. Please, for the next questions is actually for Dr. Tia. Yeah. Yeah.
What is the questions? For this one.
Yeah, it's the future relationship and then also the strategic partnership, and also there's questions about whether the framework, because the last time is only a framework but not the strategic, real strategic plan, and also how about with the Iran relationship
and Saudi
as well?
Arabia.
Yeah.
Okay, the questions from the President University, Pak Hendra, right?
Unhan
Sorry.
Mbak.
Yeah, Pak Hendra, thank you for the questions. This is the good questions. Honestly, Pak Hendra, when arrived the news about the Iran finally open diplomatic relations available with the Saudi Arabia, I checked to the group because I didn't believe why finally Iran available to open diplomatic, because is very many issues between Iran and Saudi Arabia, such as maybe the cut diplomatic with the Qatar, because the Qatar decided to cooperate with the Iran, and finally the MBS cut diplomatic with the Qatar and discriminate this country in the GCC. And then the last issues like the Sheikh Nimar Al-Nimar also, because I think it is impossible, according to me, it is impossible Iran finally available to open diplomatic relations. This is the good strategy from the China. Why China support to the Iran and Saudi Arabia to open diplomatic relations? I think I'm searching the data about the China. Oh, I see, Pak Hendra, because China have the economic interest in the Middle East is very the largest maybe investment, yeah, especially for the gas and oil, especially for the last decade, I think. And then this is the related how China maybe become to the dominant in this area. And for the next, I'm not sure the relations between Iran and Saudi, if they focus on the other maybe issues, I think the recommendations for both countries, the Iran and Saudi, have to pay attention and focus on only on economic sector. For example, the investment and trading, and then maybe ignore it about the all the differences between Sunni and Shia, because America always maybe the spread of issues in the differences. For example, in Indonesia, I think the Shia group discriminate by the Sunni, and then maybe always they said about the maybe the differences between Sunni and Shia. And I think how to Iran and Saudi Arabia next in the future have to focus only on economic cooperations and reduce the differences, the issues about the Tunisia, because it is not good for the economic cooperations. Hopefully like that. So maybe next via ASEAN, finally Saudi can invest in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in Philippines, in Thailand. Based on the data, Thailand and Philippines also the largest investment from the Middle East, such as the Saudi and Iran in many countries in Southeast Asia. And then next, because the good relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia can cooperate each other with the ASEAN, and finally reduce the dependency of the American system on economic sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe the questions from gentleman from University of Philippines, Dr. Abdurazik, especially on human capital of GCC and ASEAN. How about the GCC still lack of cooperations between the GCC and ASEAN itself, and how is the cooperations? And what I can see from all of your presentations, oil and gas is still the center stage of investments, and also comparing to the trade currency that currently GCC and to United States, even to ASEAN, to United States have a lot of investment more larger to ASEAN countries.
Just I want to say is about the question of the brother Dr. Hanelito. Okay, I think it's the new alliances different with the traditional alliance between the different the bloc like the ASEAN and also the GCC. Last times when some of the bloc work together, they wants to follow up all of the value, but then nowadays it's different. As the Dr. Mariam says, that sometimes some country like the Yemen and also the Oman, okay, can work with some of the another bloc about the sports. But nowadays the alliance between the countries about the subjects. For example, sometimes the can works about the culture, can works with the security, and the can works with about the sports. For this reasons, the countries, the new alliance, new deal between the countries, the different countries, different bloc, different the organization, about the alliance about the subjects. For this reason, I think the ASEAN can work with the different country, and also GCCs, the different after the change the policy with some of the country like the Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and they can work with the different the bloc like the ASEAN. Also, Saudi Arabia can work with the Iran, but not all of the level.
GCC.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But just it is.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we are about finish our questions and answer sessions. That means that we're going to conclude these sessions. I would like to invite a round of applause for all these excellent speakers. certainly, there's a lot of still staggering issues in the regions, and also how ASEAN can plays a vital role. I can see that before I was the member, a Secretary General for Qatar and also Kuwait Chambers of Commerce, and used to work with Uridu as well. I have extensive travel to Saudi Arabia. There's a lot of similarities and opportunities, and what we can see is actually in Indonesia, when we try to conclude all the islands in Indonesia, we think that the security and stability is the main, one of the main factors for more development in the regions. And we really hope that the GCC, Iran, and the whole regions can reach a peaceful conclusions of all. It's been very painful, especially for Indonesia, to watch what happened in the regions, and really hope that Palestine, Lebanon, and now Syria, we will have a peace in the regions, and we can give, inshallah, more cooperations. I really feel about the boycott that Qatar have several years ago. I have a lot of friends cannot go to Saudi Arabia just to have Umrah and Hajj. And it's very painful for them. And I hope that kind of issue will not occur anymore. So let's pray through these cooperations, we will have more peaceful in the region, and as a world, we can reach more development for humanity. Thank you very much.
Okay, so before we conclude this session, I would like to call upon Mr. Yayan Ganda Hayat Mulyana to kindly come on stage to present the tokens of appreciation to our esteemed speakers and moderator. So firstly, we have استناهم يطلعوا. Okay, so first I would like to call upon Ms. Diva Rahman, the CEO of Indonesia Berdaya Mandiri IBMA, to receive her token of appreciation. Next, we have Dr. Maryam Muhammad Al-Kuwairi. Next, we have Dr. Abdul Reza Alami. No?
Thank you very much.
And lastly, we have Dr. Atia Mariatul Qibtiyya. And now I would like to call upon Dr. Muslim Imran to present his token of appreciation to Mr. Yayan Ganda Hayat Mulyana. And now, dear participants, it's time for the moment many of us have been eagerly waiting for. It's lunchtime. So please take this time to relax, network, and recharge because we have more insightful sessions waiting for you this afternoon. We'll resume promptly by 1:30 p.m., so please be in the main hall. Thank you.
هنا على الغرفة نفسها VIP هنا الناس هنا. Okay, if I may get your attention, please. The VIP can direct to the VIP room to enjoy lunch.
Hi, hello everyone. So in 8 minutes, we'll resume our sessions.
Selamat datang di Universitas Indonesia. Sesuai dengan persyaratan K3L yang berlaku di Universitas Indonesia, kami dari Unit Pelaksana Teknis Keselamatan, Kesehatan Kerja dan Lingkungan Universitas Indonesia akan menyampaikan induksi keselamatan. Saat ini kita berada di Aula Gedung IASTH, Lantai 5, Sekolah Ilmu Lingkungan dan Sekolah Kajian Stratejik Global Universitas Indonesia, Salemba. Sebelum melakukan aktivitas di gedung ini, penting kita untuk mengetahui prosedur keselamatan apabila terjadi keadaan darurat.
Terdapat dua potensi keadaan darurat yang mungkin terjadi, yaitu kebakaran dan gempa bumi.
Terdapat 3 pintu keluar dan 1 pintu utama di bagian depan. Jika terjadi kebakaran, mohon tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Segera laporkan sumber api kepada petugas. Jika terlatih untuk memadamkan api, padamkan api dengan apar dekat pintu utama. Dilarang menggunakan lift. Segera lakukan evakuasi ke titik berkumpul melalui tangga darurat. Jika terjadi gempa bumi, mohon tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Lakukan metode drop, cover, and hold. Lindungi kepala, jatuhkan badan Anda, dan berlindung di bawah kursi atau meja. Tetap bertahan hingga gempa reda. Dilarang menggunakan lift. Hindari dari area kaca dan benda yang menggantung. Segera lakukan evakuasi ke titik berkumpul melalui tangga darurat. Berdasarkan keputusan Rektor nomor 1805 tahun 2011, Universitas Indonesia merupakan kawasan tanpa asap rokok. Seluruh warga yang berada di lingkungan Universitas Indonesia dilarang merokok. Jagalah kebersihan di sekitar Anda, dan buanglah sampah di tempat yang disediakan. Terima kasih atas perhatian Anda, dan selamat melanjutkan aktivitas.
Assalamu alaikum everyone and welcome back. We will now begin the session 2 titled ASEAN, Southeast Asia and the World. This session will be moderated by Dr. Muhammad Izdian Muttaqin from University Indonesia. The speakers are Dr. Tunku Raziasha, Mr. Muhammad Zulhafi Zulbahari, and Ms. Hanis Heidi. The session will conclude with a Q&A session. So please, moderator and speakers, welcome to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Wa ba'd. Respectable guests, speakers and audience, alhamdulillah we can gather together in this place to talk about important issues concerning ASEAN and GCC. And today and in this time we have respectable speakers. If in the first session we have speakers from GCC area countries, and in the session we will have respectable speakers from Indonesia as well as Malaysia. And in front of us we have the first, Mr. Tengku Reza Shah, MA. He is an associate professor in international relations in Universitas Padjadjaran in Bandung, and formerly was part of Indonesian delegation to ASEAN or Regional Forum or ARF meetings and Indonesian public diplomacy. Currently, Mr. Tengku Reza Shah provides insights on Indonesian strategic issues in printed and electronic media in the Asia-Pacific region. Please welcome Mr. Tengku. And the next speaker will be Mr. Muhammad Zulhafi Zulbahari. And Mr. Zulhafi is an enterprise sustainability associate at KWAP in Malaysia, specializing in corporate ESG practices and the circular economy. He co-founded KWAP Circular Economy, and he also Young Leader for Change, or CYCLE, to promote youth leadership in circular transformation. Since 2020, Mr. Zulhafi has researched equitable, sustainable policies in Malaysia and ASEAN, collaborating with policymakers and academia on climate mitigation and adaptation for vulnerable communities. His background in public policy think tanks enhances his work on community-based projects like shared prosperity and equitable development, and currently pursuing a master in public administration and public policy at University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. Mr. Zulhafi researches defense industry development in Malaysia. In his free time, he engages in advocacy and volunteer work related to ASEAN foreign affairs and diplomacy, focusing on youth participation in policy making to strengthen the Asian Community 2025. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Zulhafi. And we have third speaker, which is online, and the speech will be delivered through video, and he will join us through Zoom within Q&A session. She is Ms. Anis Heidi, Research and Advocacy Analyst from Bait Al-Amanah. Anis Heidi previously served as a Research and Advocacy Analyst in the Social Policy and Human Rights and Sustainability Impact Division at Bait Al-Amanah. Her work focuses on research and advocacy efforts related to women in armed conflicts and women's rights. She is currently pursuing a master's degree in human rights at Friedrich Alexander Universität Erlangen-Nürnberg, Germany. So she is currently in Germany. She holds a Bachelor of Arts in Social Sciences, majoring in Political Science from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Anis was a recipient of the prestigious Young Scholar for Excellence Award by Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, KAS, Malaysia, and is one of only 2 Malaysians awarded the KAS Germany Scholarship under its Department of European and International Cooperation. And Ms. Anis has contributed to initiatives addressing period poverty as a former research and policy analyst with Project Gadis Mekar, and as a committee member of Sri Kandi Kebangsaan, UKM, where she participated in discussions on gender-responsive budgeting and women's volunteerism. She also co-hosts in Your Hills, a podcast focusing on women's empowerment and social issues. And me, myself, I want to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Izzian Muttaqin. I am one of the lecturers in the Middle East and Islamic Program Studies here in University of Indonesia, School of Strategic and Global Studies. And I'm also an active YouTuber. I upload at least 1 video a week. So if you're interested, this is also a place where I can get maybe new subscribers from you. You can find my name in YouTube. Izdian, Izdiyan. And I'm so sorry because my content mostly in Indonesian language, so you have to study Indonesian. Okay, without any further ado, I'm going to give the time first for our online speaker, which is Ms. Anis Heidi, because she will deliver a video concerning advancing women's rights and security in ASEAN, challenges and global perspectives. So please for the operator to turn on the video. Sudah ada belum videonya?
Assalamualaikum dan selamat pagi. Thank you for having me here today at the International Conference on Assessing Opportunities and Challenges in ASEAN-GCC Interactions. So it is a pleasure to be part of this event, although I can only make it online. I'm Anis Heidi. I previously worked as the Research and Advocacy Analyst at Bait Al-Amanah, and now I'm serving as a project consultant there. And I'm also currently pursuing an MA in Human Rights at Friedrich Alexander Universität Erlangen-Nürnberg in Germany. So the topic I'll be discussing today is gender, migration and security, evaluating ASEAN's policies in safeguarding the rights of Indonesian women migrant workers in Malaysia. In this presentation, I'll be diving into how ASEAN policies, especially those related to human security, migration and gender equality, are impacting Indonesian women who migrate to Malaysia, mostly in domestic work. So these women play a huge role in supporting both their families and the economies of their countries. but they still face serious challenges like economic hardships, exploitation, and gender-based discrimination. So I'll walk you through the key findings of my research, looking at how ASEAN's framework like the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, 5-year work plan, aim to protect these workers, but also where they fall short. So this topic fits perfectly into our discussions on regional cooperation and migrant labor rights, especially when we consider the connections between ASEAN and GCC countries. When we talk about migrant workers, they're often viewed through the lens of economics, just people moving for jobs and sending money home. But this view oversimplifies their lives. So according to organizations like the IOM, migrant workers, especially women in South-South migration corridors, play so many roles beyond just being workers. So this ability to switch roles between worker, activist, or caregiver shows just how adaptable and resilient they are. It also reminds us that their contributions aren't limited to economic outputs. They are part of the broader social networks that keep them going in tough situations. South-South migration is when workers move between developing countries, often comes with more challenges than benefits. So most migrants in this category, like Indonesian women in Malaysia, are temporary workers who don't get long-term rights like citizenships or family reunification. So this lack of legal protection makes them particularly vulnerable. So they are excluded from formal safety nets, which means they rely on informal networks to survive. So it's clear that more and more women are taking part in labor migration, especially from poorer rural areas in Indonesia. There aren't many jobs opportunities, so migration becomes a necessity for survival. However, this also means that women are the ones entering jobs that are often precarious, informal, and underpaid, like domestic work. So these women face added layers of discrimination and exploitation compared to men. Next, we will explore the current developments concerning Indonesian women migrant workers in Malaysia, focusing on their ongoing challenges. So Indonesian women migrant workers in Malaysia face a lot of tough challenges, especially those working in domestic roles, which account for about 32% of their employment. So this reflects the growing feminization of migration, where global demand for cheap domestic labor pulls more women into low-wage, vulnerable jobs. So despite their massive contributions, like sending home over 118 trillion rupiah, Indonesian rupiah, in remittance in 2016, which supports their families and boosts the national economy, their work remains undervalued and underprotected. Between 2015 and mid-2023, only 2% of trafficking victims managed to access justice, showing how badly the system is failing these workers. So this is even worse for domestic workers who are often hidden away in private homes, making them practically invisible to legal protections and enforcement. So the focus of my research is on the challenges that Indonesian women migrant workers face in Malaysia, particularly when looking at how ASEAN's regional policies try to address these issues. Indonesian women make up a large portion of Malaysia's migrant workforce, especially in domestic work, where they often encounter exploitation and abuse. While Indonesia has made progress with its National Action Plan (NAP) on women, peace and security, and Malaysia is working on improving its approach to women's rights, there are still big gaps when it comes to protecting these workers, especially those working in informal sectors like domestic help. So ASEAN plays a key role in shaping policies to tackle these challenges through frameworks like the AICHR 5-year work plan. But even with these efforts, there is still a lot of room for improvement in ensuring better protection for Indonesian women in Malaysia. So to dig deeper into this, my research is guided by 3 main questions. First, how do ASEAN policies, particularly the 5-year work plan, address the human security concerns of women migrant workers? Next, the second question is, in what ways do ASEAN policies recognize and respond to the specific vulnerabilities faced by Indonesian women migrant workers in Malaysia? And lastly, to what extent do ASEAN's policies propose effective strategies to protect and empower women migrant workers. So these questions aim to evaluate if ASEAN's policies are truly making a difference, or if there is a need for more targeted and effective measures to address the needs of Indonesian women migrant workers in Malaysia. So while ASEAN has made strides through initiatives like the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration and the 5-year work plan, which aim to promote gender equality and migrant worker rights, significant gaps remain. So these policies, though well-intentioned, don't always provide the necessary protections or solutions for migrant women workers, particularly in sectors like domestic work, where they are most vulnerable. So building on the significance of this research in highlighting the unique struggles of Indonesian women migrant workers in Malaysia, let's now dive into how ASEAN's policies recognize and respond to these vulnerabilities through a thematic analysis. So starting with economic deprivation, ASEAN is pushing for fair working conditions, which is a big deal for migrant workers. So through consultations and alignment with SDG 11, the goal is to create inclusive, safe settlements for everyone. It is a positive step, but when we're talking about wage exploitation and long working hours, the policies need to go beyond just promoting fairness. They need real enforcement mechanisms. Next, legal protection. So ASEAN is all about strengthening regional legal frameworks, like rolling out the national action plans on business and human rights and conducting workshops on treaty implementation. So these efforts aim to give migrant workers, including women, better access to justice and legal recognition. But the gap here is practical application. How does this translate to better protection for undocumented or underrepresented workers on the ground? Next, when it comes to social integration, ASEAN is emphasizing inclusion through gender mainstreaming and capacity building programs for vulnerable groups. So these are important moves, especially for women migrant workers who often face double layers of exclusion, both as migrant and also as a woman. So ASEAN's regular dialogues are a good start, but we need more targeted actions that help these workers feel part of the community. And finally, security concerns, which include trafficking, workplace discrimination, and violence, are a big focus. So ASEAN's cross-pillar strategies and referral systems for survivors of violence aim to create a safety net for women and children in particular. So policies like ACTIP are tackling trafficking head-on, but there is a room to strengthen preventive measures and workplace protections, especially for those in high-risk sectors like domestic work. So while the policies do a good job of emphasizing gender equality and labor rights, they often stop short of delivering the actionable measures that migrant workers, especially women, really need. Take enforcement mechanisms, for example. They are mentioned, but without clear timelines or monitoring strategies, so it's hard to see how these protections will actually play out on the ground. So what's really missing here is targeted initiatives that focus on the most vulnerable groups. So without addressing these gaps, ASEAN's ability to make meaningful change remains limited. So building on the gaps discussed in ASEAN's framework, it is useful to explore broader strategies by looking at how initiatives like the EU Protect project address similar challenges. So these challenges can be a guideline on actionable approaches ASEAN might adopt to enhance its own policies. When it comes to targeted policy development, ASEAN has made some strides in promoting regional standards for labor migration governance, but there is still a lot of room for improvement, especially when it comes to protecting women migrant workers. So framework like the ASEAN Consensus on the Protection and Promotion of the Rights of Migrant Workers do exist, but their impact is often limited because they are non-binding, meaning there is no real enforcement and implementation varies widely across member states. The EU Protect initiative shows what a more effective approach can look like. So programs like this integrate gender-sensitive migration policies with practical, concrete actions. For example, they focus on building the capacity of enforcement agencies, enhancing safe migration pathways, and tackling vulnerabilities that come with informal work. So a key highlight of the Protect project is its victim-centered approach, ensuring that legal protection against exploitation are not just in place, but actually accessible to those who need them. So when it comes to future research, there are few important areas worth diving into to really understand how ASEAN's policies are playing out on the ground. So first, exploring how these policies are implemented at the national level, particularly in Malaysia, is key. Malaysia is a major destination for Indonesian women and migrant workers, so assessing the actual impact of ASEAN's frameworks there can reveal whether these policies are truly protecting and empowering the women they're meant to serve, or if there are still gaps that need to be addressed. Another area to focus on is the role of civil society organizations and international actors. So these groups often play a crucial part in filling the gaps left by policy shortcomings, especially in areas like human security, and addressing economic deprivation. So whether it's providing legal aid, organizing training programs, or advocating for workers' rights, CSOs and international projects can act as essential partners in supporting women migrant workers where government efforts may fall short. And lastly, conducting comparative studies with other ASEAN member states could help identify best practices for protecting and empowering women migrant workers by looking at countries they have made notable progress. Thank you for all your time and attention. I really appreciate the opportunity to share my research with you today. If you have any questions or feedback, I'd be happy to discuss them further. And feel free to reach out me via my email and my LinkedIn for any follow-up or if you like more information on the topic. So, terima kasih dan Assalamualaikum.
Especially in Malaysia. And the next speaker will be Mr. Tengku Reza, concerning economic and social dynamics of ASEAN's engagement with West Asia. The Indonesian experience, perspective. Please welcome Mr. Tengku Reza.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, fellow lecturers, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This is my first time coming to this building in the history of my life. This is called Kampus Perjuangan, betul Pak? Kampus Perjuangan, how to say it in English? The campus for national struggle, Indonesian idealistic and revolutionary ideas came from this campus. I remember the yellow jacket coming from students over here. So allow me to start with the slide. I hope the slide, okay. The topic is quite huge. Economic and social dynamics of ASEAN's engagement with West Asia, the Indonesian perspective. I do not mean to represent Indonesia because I'm just an ordinary citizen of Indonesia. I happen to be a lecturer. I sincerely hope I could provide my objective observation on how Indonesia sees its engagement inside ASEAN and also with the West Asian region. Can we go to the next slide, please? Well, on the left is GCC. Oh my God. Far away. On my right, ASEAN. Well, in Indonesia, we have a term. Jauh di mata, dekat di hati, isn't it? Out of sight, but close in our heart. Well, we find ourselves close to Saudi Arabia, Uni Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Oman. Indicators are Indonesian workers there. At both white-collar workers and blue-collar workers, we are well represented over there. But in reality, let's go to the next slide, please. Well, both of us are aware on the importance of globalization and connectivity the world is becoming a small village. And then on the last year, 22nd of October 2023, we had something called Summit Outline Mechanisms to enhance cooperation across multiple areas. And then we have a partnership, comprehensive cross-regional collaboration. It's hard, isn't it? 10 of us, and then 6 over there have to collaborate strongly. Can we go to the next slide, please? Well, even though we had institutional contact last year, but if we trace our historical relationship, the contact was there already even during the pre-colonial era. Pre-colonial era. At the time, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines. Indonesia, we had the Kingdom of Sriwijaya. In the Philippines and Malaysia, you had Kesultanan Sulu. And then in Indonesia, we had Kingdom of Majapahit, Kingdom of Aceh, Kingdom of Banten, Kingdom of Cirebon. We had sea routes communication. And this kind of communication were abandoned when the colonialists came to Indonesia. They stopped all kind of maritime connection. And then this morning we heard again, go back again, yes. The GCC and ASEAN trade volume between the two regions is worth 110 billion US dollar, with GCC countries exporting 9% of their total goods from ASEAN, and ASEAN products making up 6% of their total imports. This is the total component of trade, export and import of the 10 countries inside ASEAN. And then the GCC has invested over 14 billion US dollar in the ASEAN region. There are potentials for GCC to support SMS inside ASEAN, small medium enterprises. I think if you would like to prove, is there any proof that the GCC has invested heaps in inside Indonesia? If we travel from Jakarta to Bandung tomorrow, and I heard that some of the group will travel to Universitas Pajajaran on Thursday. I think we will pass the highway connecting Bekasi and from Bekasi kilometer 0, Bekasi kilometer 5 something to kilometer 47. The name of the bridge or the name of highway is called MBZ, Muhammad bin Zayed, isn't it? Zayed or Ziyad is depend on the pronunciation. So that's the case. Can we go back again? Let me finish the last paragraph. Okay, and then number 3, the two blocks, call it blocks. Okay, block or association desire to diversify their diplomatic and trade partnerships and paying attention to the increasingly US-China trade war. And this is happening, US-China trade war, where the US wanted its fellow countries investing in China to leave China, and at the same time, China is wanting them to stay longer with better facilities. And then this is what happened, and then we expect to receive their next investment destination, moving from Beijing to one country inside ASEAN. So in fact, ASEAN countries, we have an internal competition how to win the companies already investing in China. And then number 4, the GCC has the potential to benefit from ASEAN's economic vitality and global network of relationships. ASEAN can also anticipate good flow of energy from GCC countries. So in this case, at the moment, there are potentials that we will go back to year 1973, 1974, when we experienced an oil shock, and also when the Ukraine-Russia crisis happened, there was a temporary stop of the flow of oil and gas coming from Russia and also Ukraine. So in case the bad scenarios happen, well, we have good friends in the GCC countries. Okay. Okay, number 5, ASEAN greater capabilities to voice on crisis happening in the Asian and African region and other part of the world. Because when we talk about proposals, plan, I think we need to have financial support, isn't it? How to reconstruct, how to develop infrastructure, and for this case, in this case, having a good friend with the GCC countries, we can expect to have their goodwill. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, this is the homework, the problems of the left arrow, the problems of economic and social dynamics between ASEAN and West Asia countries as part of GCC, and then number 2, factors 2. Where can I read it? factors to encourage the emergence of common interests and trigger connectivity and shared understanding regarding the importance of engagement between ASEAN and West Asian countries, especially those related to ASEAN-GCC. Can we go to the next slide, please? Well, in my opinion, in understanding ASEAN society in economic and social dynamic, we have to understand there is a gap. The gap is inside ASEAN. Inside ASEAN. And then also outside ASEAN, when we have to deal with the GCC countries, what language do we speak? If we see the GCC countries, they speak Arabic, isn't it? And some of them speak French. Is that correct? And some of them speak English, isn't it? English and Arabic, yeah? English and Arabic, GCC countries. Okay, you have these two languages, Arabic and English, and these two are UN languages. But inside Indonesia, inside ASEAN, we speak English among us. Even though when we meet Indonesian fellow, we speak in Bahasa. Bahasa. Bahasa means Bahasa Indonesia, the national language in Bahasa Indonesia. And when it comes to communication, also there are different styles of communication. The Singaporeans, they mostly speak better English. And also the Malaysians, they speak better English than the Indonesian at the average, yeah? And then if we go to Brunei, also they speak English very well. But if we go to other countries, the Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam, in Vietnam we can still find people speak French and Russian, but the older generation. For the youngsters, they are struggling in the same way with the Indonesian in mastering English. So English remains a problem. Because even though we can communicate in English, but when we have to communicate in English at the business level, at the trade level, our IELTS have to be higher than 6.5. So in this case, we have barriers, even though the spirit is very high to engage with the GCC countries. And then secondly, experience and skill. If we would like to check the ASEAN countries' experience and skill, the best way is to check the Human Development Index. So no wonder this morning, one of the experts mentioned that most trade are based from Singapore. About 40 to 50% of ASEAN trade with the GCC countries come from Singapore. It doesn't mean that Singapore can produce, but Singapore has the capacity to integrate the pool of resources coming inside ASEAN and then send it overseas using the Singaporean stamp. When it comes to regional integration, we are still having problems. When it comes to ASEAN, we have a principle called ASEAN-WE. And this ASEAN-WE, we are dealing with three ideas at the same time. The first one is political security community. The second one is economic community. And the third one is socio and cultural community. The fact that we experienced COVID-19 had affected ASEAN countries. Because if we see the qualities of the development inside ASEAN, we are not so good compared with the pre-COVID episode. At the moment, countries inside ASEAN are struggling. I think only Singapore, which has a capacity to perform better than the pre-COVID session. For countries like Indonesia and also a bit Malaysia, most of us are experiencing economic development because it is very difficult to emulate the development pre-COVID-19. And also when it comes to regional integration, we see that ASEAN countries, we belong to different political systems. Indonesia was colonized by the Dutch, while Singapore, Malaysia, and Brunei Darussalam were colonized by the British. And then the Philippines, they were colonized by the US. and then the Cambodian, Vietnam, Laos, part of their life, friends were there. So the colonial system remained there, even though we try our best to get rid of the colonial system. But still in the Indonesian law, Indonesian political system, Indonesian legal system, and also keywords in the judicative, we are still using the Dutch names, the Dutch code of conduct, even though bit by bit we are trying to make rules and regulations more Indonesianized. And then there is also the gap between program to improve skilled workers. If we see skilled workers, I think the Human Development Index count how we witness skilled workers. And then if we see where do Indonesian workers go, the earlier speaker had mentioned, they go mostly to Malaysia, they go to Taiwan, they go to Hong Kong, then also they go to the GCC countries. So this is the model that most Indonesians, when they work overseas, they work in the blue-collar sectors. Less Indonesians work in the white-collar sector. I think my Malaysian friends understand this very well. Yeah? And then this is the problem inside Indonesia. I think the latecomers countries inside ASEAN also have the same problem, because we need to work very hard to improve the qualities of our skilled workers. So this skilled worker session, I think could have inspired me for further trainings, courses, when we really seriously wanting to pursue a closer relations with GCC. Next step, please. The next slide, please. Analysis of ASEAN organization and economic and social dynamic. There is also gap inside ASEAN with regard to the economic structure. Most ASEAN economies are yet to become, well, we have problems when it comes to issuance of permit. We have problems when it comes to communication with foreign partners. We are yet, some countries are practicing e-commerce. I think Singapore is the best when it comes to e-commerce. I think Malaysia is learning very hard. Yeah, semiconductor. You're very strong in the semiconductor. Yeah? Economic structure, most of us are still relying on paddy field, yeah, and relying on the mineral resources. Even though in the process we have problems, how to utilize the mineral, how to utilize mineral from the potential into the next level using advanced technology. I think again this is the area where GCC can cooperate further. And then there is no hierarchical structure to coordinating and monitoring economic integration. At the moment, with regards to economic cooperation, we have something called the ASEAN Economic Community. But when it comes to monitoring the economic integration, we have problems. Among others, in the past, we had designed something called Outer Islands Cooperation. For example, we have until today a CJORI called Singapura Johor Riau. We also have AMSGT, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore Growth Triangle, and Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Brunei, another triangle called BIMP, East Asia, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East Asia Group, East ASEAN Grouping Association. So we have not fully utilized our outer islands cooperation. And then program to improve skilled workers. Yes, we are doing it, but at the moment, if you ask me, what have we achieved? I cannot say that we have achieved a level in the same way with the Western European countries. Okay, and then we still have also the development and regulation problem, and then of the trust issue in ASEAN Economic Community. Why? When it comes to economic community, we have countries capable of working fast track, and there are also countries, we cannot force other countries to maintain a slower track. Next, please. Needs for further cooperation. Yes. At the level of economic and social dynamics, the level of cooperation based on I cannot see values and standards as a product of economic structure and policies. There is also further cooperation in the area of standard economic approach in formulating appropriate economic policies. There is also problems with the standardization of rules and policies in cooperation in to be implemented technically. And then when it comes to social proximity, I think geographical aspects to provide insights into the development of trusting, pleasant, and valuable relationship. GCC countries is close in our heart, but oftenly this sentiment has been hidden or colored with the Palestine issue. So we tend to, Indonesians and also ASEAN countries tend to witness development in GCC countries on how they perceive the ongoing Palestine issues. And then we need high frequency of cooperation, and we need also networks between collaborating partners. Inside Indonesia, and we have partners with foreign countries, even at the provincial levels until city levels. Now we do not have partners with the GCC countries at the sea level. I think it is about time to think about this. And then when it comes to social innovation, we are aware that there are social, economic, and environmental challenges inside us. And then also technological innovation, this is something we need. And then developing an innovative solution that is needed to trigger social changes. So I think as the homework is on the ASEAN side. Next, please. Also, needs for future harmonization. I'm aware that when it comes to economic activities, economic investment, and transfer technology, GCC countries are leaning more to the US and also leaning to the EU countries. So in this case, again, a big work needs to be done on the Indonesian side, on the ASEAN side, employment and immigration laws. At the moment, it is very hard, very difficult to enter GCC countries unless you have a job permit and also you have a tourist visa. But it is very hard to go there, and at the same time, it is easy for countries from GCC to enter Indonesia and also other ASEAN countries. Harmonization in the areas of taxes and public service charges in areas with significant cross-border elasticity. Number 3, foreign investment and incentive provided to foreign investors. And then number 4, commercial laws governing ownership of companies and property. Number 5, shipping and movement of cargo. Number 6, aviation and air transport. And then number 7, banking and finance. So I think this is the areas where ASEAN countries need greater harmonization. Next, please. And with regards to Indonesia and GCC countries, we have similarity. In this case, norm and culture and society. Yes, for people who are Muslims, we do not have difficulties to understand each other at the level of norm. But also sees as a key factor in driving regional growth and prosperity. We understand the importance of sea, harbors, but at the same time, we have not fully utilized our international harbors. In the past, Indonesians during the Dutch period, they who wanted to go to Mecca, they started from Sabang in Banda Aceh. Now we hardly utilize the intercontinental harbors, let's say Aceh, and then Banten, Cirebon, Surabaya, and also Sulawesi. And then there are also similarities inside Indonesia on the motivation and the importance of maintaining and promoting peace, stability, maritime safety and security, freedom of navigation, and overflight in the region. We have the same opinion with regard to the last items in the similarity. Opportunity, a greater value of trade sector. I think this is something Indonesia needs to learn. Maritime cooperation, Indonesia needs to learn. Because when it comes to the maritime cooperation, we need to alleviate the level of cooperation from national level to ASEAN level. and also to the GCC level. I think for GCC countries, you're very familiar with more advanced harbors in Germany, in Holland, in UK, in the US. And then the next one is breakthrough to encourage cooperation in science, technology, and innovation, technology transfer and innovation models, including through policy studies, capacity building, expertise sharing, joint research activities, and development in various cross-sectoral fields related to maritime. So Indonesia, we were maritime countries, but the history of our maritime aspiration were cut when the Dutch came to Indonesia for some said 300 years. Next, please. Thank you very much for this kind of cooperation. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Mr. Tengku Reza for his beautiful presentation about the current progress between ASEAN and GCC. And we come to the next speaker, which is Mr. Muhammad Zulhafi Zulbahari, which will talk about from plan to action, localizing circular economy from the youth perspectives. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Zulhafi.
Alright, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat tengah hari or selamat siang. I'll be to everyone. First of all, thank to Mr. Moderator, Dr. Izdian, and to Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and to also fellow AMEC colleagues for inviting me to speak today. So my name is Muhammad Zulhafi, or you can just call me Hafi for short. So I'm actually from Malaysia, from Kumpulan Wang Persaraan, or the Retirement Fund Incorporated. So like, I think I'm among the youngest panel today to speak and share. Hence why I'll be talking about how to localize circular economy from the youth perspective. So I'm also KWAP also, KWMP or KWAP also a government-linked investment companies where we were giving mandate to managing public pension funds. We are the largest pension funds that managing our public retirees in Malaysia. So in order to manage our investment, we also taking into consideration the ESG, the environmental, social, and governance, and also one of our top priority is to invest responsibly and sustainably. So hence why I'll be talking about ESG and from the sustainability lens today, which I believe will relate with today's conference. One of the problem statement that we are targeting to, achieve sustainability and tackling sustainability issues within ASEAN and GCC countries. So before I start, I would like to share one video just to get everyone to dive deeper and to understand in like general what circular economy is all about. If you may play the video. Actually, the video is from our recent conference called KWAP Inspire Conference that want to advance circular transformation in the Asia Pacific region, where we bringing stakeholders, investee, asset owners to discuss about circular economy.
Welcome to KWAP Inspire 2024. Today, we explore the transformative power of the circular economy, a visionary model of production and consumption designed to address critical global challenges such as climate change, biodiversity loss, waste, and pollution. This innovative approach is guided by three core principles: eliminate waste and pollution, circulate products and materials at their highest value, regenerate nature. At KWAP, we are committed to embrace and transition towards a circular economy. We recognize that the principles of a circular economy impact nearly all industries and their global value chains. By adopting these principles, we can effectively mitigate the physical, transitional, and systemic risks associated with the traditional linear economy.
We believe transitioning to circularity is important for a sustainable future. At Co-op, we established Cycle, a youth movement to foster innovation as well as to drive transformative change.
Welcome to Co-op Inspired 2020.
drifting as myself. So this is something that we can start practice today. We can also like turn our waste every day, our food waste, into something that resourceful, like turn it into fertilizer, those kind of things. Because like managing waste is somehow can be expensive if we are neglecting these issues. Next slide. Okay, so since we are talking about ASEAN today, I would like to touch about in our region, actually under the ASEAN Economic Community, under the ASEAN Secretariat, it did implement one policy framework called the ASEAN Circular Economy Framework back in 2021, where it highlights a few of the strategic priorities, key enablers, and like some guiding principles on how ASEAN member state countries can transitioning and adopt circular economy in their countries. But I want to highlight more on one of the first strategic priorities, which is standardized harmonization and mutual recognition. This is because like if we want to start adopting circular economy, we have to consider that we need to have like a mutual understanding to first understand what circular economy is all about. So I believe that it is a very important and very pioneer steps to start, adopting circular economy in each ASEAN member state countries. But I would like also to highlight some of the gap analysis that currently occurs in the ASEAN circular economy framework. So one of the highlight is actually about the policy alignment. When we talk about this policy, even Dr. Teku also did mention about the principles of ASEAN-WE, the non-interference and the quiet diplomacy styles of all ASEAN member state countries in order to adopt any and whatever resolution into their countries. This is one of the hindering situation that we have when we talk about circular economy, how to integrate not only circular policies, but also the financial initiative per se. This is something that we first need to tackle from the root, which is from the policy itself. Okay, the second one is the standardized metrics, like I did mention about mutual recognition, the standard harmonization. These all are actually important to actually have a a proper mechanism to start doing and start track the progress and make assessment of our ASEAN circular economy policy framework. Because talking about Southeast Asia, I do believe that we already know that our region is very diverse. We have like a high developed countries like Singapore. We also have like high developing countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. And not to forget, we also have CLMV countries like the Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam countries that quite far and somehow lagging in some sectors from other countries. So we have to balance, and this is why standard harmonization and metrics is important. And the third one is about partnership. So I do believe that a helix collaboration from across, the sectors, from public-private partnership, and also like corporate, like myself, and also like I believe like think tank, academia, and local community, it needs to be integrated more when we talk about sustainability and circularity agenda. This is to ensure actually like to bridge the gap between like the decision maker and policy makers, and also like the layman, like local community, for instance. And lastly, I would also like to highlight about the standard producer responsibility. If you are quite aware that about EPR, so it is where manufacturers or producer need to become more accountable with whatever products that they produce. So for instance, like if you are producing like this mineral water for instance, right? You need to track down like where this plastic bottle will be goes around after any individuals consume it. So you know that this mineral water actually can be recycled. But when we talk about circular economy, recycling is actually at the last resort. So you have to think about whether this bottle can be reuse it again, or like it can be regenerate as another products. For instance, you can turn this mineral water to something like to store your stationery or for your plantation, for instance. So this is where EPR goes. So next slide. I also want to highlight like how policy shapes circular economy in Malaysia. So circular economy is actually not something new. It's being first mentioned in Malaysia's 12th Malaysian Plan, which is like a government 10 years blueprint in order to ensure there's a equitable and resilient economy development in Malaysia. So it's being first mentioned in 12th Malaysian Plan, where one of the key priority is to advance sustainability through circular economy. So it is where the government have to start, do more upcyclings, do more like promote more recycling awareness amongst the local community, and for the industry part, in contrast, it's more like how manufacturers and producer can, start reuse, like not using a virgin materials when they want to produce any products. So it's like how they are reusing again whatever materials that they already have in their productions into something new. Okay, so just recently, Malaysia Ministry of Trade, International Trade and Investment released and launched the CEPF, Circular Economy Policy Framework, which is guiding principles for the industry sectors to start adopting circular economy. This is for public listed companies and also for SMEs to consider. So you know that when we talk about ESG or sustainability, we are moving towards a net zero strategy by 2050, right? And I believe in Indonesia, you guys are having the low carbon economy by 2060. These are some of the something that we can ponder on how we want to lead and we want to go to that direction. One of the key is by adopting circular economy. All right, moving on to the next slides. I want to touch about who are the circular economy champions in this region. Before I jump into ASEAN countries, I would like to also highlight one of the best practice from GCC is actually from the UAE. So UAE has already have their circular economy action plan where they established back in 2021, where the goals is to, achieve a more greener economy, to phase out from the fossil fuels, from, like how they can enhance the resources for every economics activities that they have. But in the ASEAN region, we also have Indonesia, for instance. Just recently, this year, mid-year, Bapak Anis, the Ministry of Development Indonesia, just launched the CE Roadmap Action Plan within 20 years that highlights their targets to go towards circular input rates within 9%, to enhance more recycling rate within 5%. And also, Indonesia is quite advanced. Currently, they have adopted 9R principles with the normal 3R principles, adding also the others principles like remanufacture, repurpose, recover, and many more. Whilst another example is Thailand, where they already have a ecosystem that promoting and acknowledge about circular economy. So in Thailand, there's one community in the Northeast Park in Pisanuluk where they are practicing circular economy for their wet markets, where there will be no single-use plastic there, and like even they have like a food waste, they will turn it into something more resourceful, like fertilizers, for instance. So when we talk about circular economy ecosystem, it is where local community can drive circularity solution within their communities, and they are the one who become the main drivers to measure whether the community are more sustainable or not. And the last one in Malaysia, we have Ipoh City Council, where they adopt the donut economy. So donut economy is something interesting, where we talk about donut economy is actually a universal concept, firstly mentioned and firstly introduced by Kate Raworth, an economist, and also is being adapted by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, where they consult and they are adopt this donut economy model in Amsterdam City Council. So, talking about Ipoh City Council, it's where like donut economy is basically, in a simple word, is where you have to balance social necessities and also ecological boundaries. Social necessities is, for instance, like the food security, the urban poverty issues, the job opportunities among youth, for instance. And for the ecological boundaries is somehow like, climate change, biodiversity loss. So you have to, by having this donut economy model, it will integrate these two concepts. Next is about breaking barriers for circular economy implementations. So, okay, I try to speed up. One of the challenges in circular economy is actually, you can say that the limited understanding. I've been mentioned this before, where some of the companies, some of the community don't really aware about circular economy. So that hence why we need like a more harmonized standard. And another one is inequality, structural inequalities, because some of the communities have advanced circular economies solution, while some's not. So for the moving forward, and also just in line with next year ASEAN Championship in Malaysia, I would like to provide few key priorities towards a more equitable and circular ASEAN region, which is to expand more regional integration, not only between ASEAN and maybe can leverage it to GCC countries to ensure that circular economy is on the right par of our sustainability agenda. And the second one is to bridge practices between modern solutions. We know that somehow indigenous community or vulnerable communities are more advanced. They are more resilient when we talk about climate disasters because they are having a proper traditional norms that they practice. And lastly, I would also like to highlight about youth, to have more youth in decision-making process. And last two slide, next one. Just a quick one. These are what we have as a corporate. In QUAP, we have like 5 sustainability commitment that are ranging from ESG consideration. We want to advocate for social agenda, net zero portfolio by 2050. We also want to empower partnership. We also want to increase our transition asset as a investor, and also like to enhance our sustainability governance. And I would like to end my speech with youth. Next slides. I would like to end my speech with what we have in QUAP, which is QUAP Circular Economy Young Leaders for Change, or cycle, where we are promoting circular economy practices not only within our employees but also within our investing companies to ensure that they are aware on what circular economy is all about, and like to embed circular economy in our culture, moving towards our goals to become a circular organization among the institutional investors in Malaysia. So I'll end my speech with what youth think. Next slides. What youth thinks about circular economy in one word.
Transformative.
Regenerate. Lasting.
Repurpose. Innovate.
Restoration. Redefine.
Upcycling. Rethink.
Equitable. Responsible. Preservation. Revitalize.
Zero waste.
Localization.
Reinvent. Thoughtful.
Governance.
Reimagine. Transformative.
Resilient. Circularity.
All right. So, in conclusion, circular economy is all about localization. It's require a whole of government and society approach in order for you to localize whichever circular innovative solutions. And of course, it's require the voice and the participation of youth, the youth talent that we have today, in order to inherit a more equitable and sustainable future for all. And with that, I back to Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Mr. Muhammad Zulhafi for his enlightening speech and presentation. So we open the session of Q&A for 3 participants. Okay, the first one maybe from this side, the one with green cloth.
Good afternoon. My name is Arif from Institute of ASEAN and African Studies, Humboldt University of Berlin in Germany. I have 2 questions. The first one is to Hannes and the second one is to the second speaker. The first question to Hannes, I mean, when we talk about EU and we talk about ASEAN, EU and ASEAN works very differently. I mean, within the EU law, there is this principle of direct applicability and direct effects, where the EU treaties and EU regulations would be directly applicable to member states, whereas in ASEAN, we have none of that. And I also very much pessimistic that we will not go to that directions, because it will encroach the national legal system. And this brings me to my question to you. When you mentioned about to explore the implementation policy, what specific strategies and recommendations that you have in mind? My second question to the second speaker, you highlighted the gap in economic and social dynamic in ASEAN, but you omitted the elephant in the room, which is Myanmar. We still have an ongoing civil war in Myanmar. And my question is, how do you envision ASEAN engagement with Myanmar, both with the military government at the moment and the civilian movement moving forward? And what role that ASEAN can actually play in solving the conflicts, considering the crux of the ASEAN's principle is the principle of non-intervention? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arif. Okay, the second one, yeah, please.
Thank you. My name is Mega. From University of Indonesia. My first question is for Ms. Hanis Heidi. First of all, thank you for your concern, particularly regarding Indonesian women worker as domestic worker. My question is directed to, I come from a district in Indonesia where for some of the class society, becoming a domestic worker is seen as primary life goal. Not only for opportunities in Malaysia, but also in GCC countries. As mentioned earlier by Dr. Teguh Reza Shah, this phenomenon where most workers are in blue-collar jobs is also prevalent across ASEAN industry. What can we, as citizens, do at neighborhood and district levels to synchronize programs aimed at supporting South workers as well as those working in GCC countries? That's my first question. The second question is for Mr. Muhammad Zulhafi Zulbahari. Indonesia and Malaysia have huge tropical forests. What is the ASEAN's or at least the Malaysian program to use this privilege to gain carbon credit for the country economics? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mega. Yeah, please. Sorry.
Me first or okay. Which one first? I go first? Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I only have one question. My name is BA. I'm a writer from Indonesia. I have only one question for Mr. Muhammad. You were talking about the circular economy and how to implement the plan into action. But I was thinking, how do we implement this circular economy concept into reality when the reality is the mainstream industry is running with linear economy probably until a couple of years after today? I don't understand how this will answer the bigger problem as a whole. I mean, I was thinking that it's like I haven't used the plastic straw since forever, since a long time ago, but it doesn't solve the bigger problem, you know, the plastic industry and whatnot. I mean, we've tried with the shared economy since a couple of years ago, but it still didn't work and it didn't go well. So my question is, how do we implement the circular economy concept into reality as a whole, as like this big industry for everybody in the society in our region, famously known as capitalism. That's my question. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Bia. Yeah, please, sir. Your name, please, sir.
I don't give a comment, but I would like to ask a simple question actually regarding to the assessing opportunity and challenge in ASEAN-GCC interactions. Well, as far as I know that this is already going on. However, that I would like to know from the speaker's point of view, as if this is a matrix, what will be the scale 0 up to 10 about this opportunity and challenges in ASEAN and GCC interactions? If you just mention 7, could you please give a reason so far? And also if that is 8 or maybe 11 or 12, that's up to you, or maybe 13, or maybe walau alam bisawab yet. Thank you very much.
Sorry, sir. So you mean the relationship between?
Yeah, the relationship about the score. I mean that if you just mention number, could you please also reasoning your argument? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hendra and other participants for the question. So I give the opportunity first for Mr. Tengku for answering the question.
Thank you, Pak Hendra Manurung from the Indonesian National Defense University, Pak. Usually people from the National Defense, Pak, they want to see things clear, Pak. Crystal clear, and then laser, what we call it, laser beam target. Well, when we see the progress of GCC and ASEAN, let's see from the ASEAN perspective and also from the ASEAN individual perspective. As a collection of countries, 10, we have an ASEAN-WE. When it comes to ASEAN-WE, we value process more than results. So when it comes to process, it should be incremental. Incremental bit by bit, but closely monitored. We do not expect to receive a score 10, like you had mentioned, within a specific time. No. Or 11 out of 100. Yeah, we heard the score 11 out of 100. No, for us, process is more important than results. In this case, the name of the game is progress, process, incremental. But we need also to think, when it comes to results, it should be intergenerational. So we believe that ASEAN has 10 political systems, and we have to work as a choir. We need to work together in the spirit of ASEAN. And then when it comes to work, we need to learn from our experience. We have problems to produce a solid policies, especially when we deal with the foreign countries. Why? Because the speed in the local bureaucracies are not the same. In this case, we have to understand that when it comes to management, inside ASEAN, there is countries who is free. Its economy is free. That's Singapore. Underneath is mostly free. Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, and Vietnam. Mostly free. And I cannot give the score. What is your level? Where are you running? Because when it comes to trade liberalization and involvement of ASEAN into various kind of global cooperation, let's say ASEAN-EU, ASEAN-CAFTA, yeah, there are stages. Our score today may be high, but when it comes to something called comparative advantage and then the use of technology for the further needs, I think the score today could be considered less tomorrow. Maybe 4 today could be 3 tomorrow. So that's why ASEAN needs to be always adaptive to the changes. And then when it comes to level of economic, Singapore is free and a free economy. Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, and Vietnam, they are mostly free. And then we have also closed economies, like Myanmar. We cannot force Myanmar to run fast. Because inside ASEAN, there is a principle called ASEAN-WE. We never want to intervene in the domestic affairs of others. So in this case, we need to find a middle ground. As long as it is mutually accepted by all countries, this is the way we deal with the GCC countries. But of course, we cannot avoid the fact that some ASEAN countries would like to play on its own. Yeah, to run faster than expected. Something for a country like Singapore, considering its advanced economy, advanced technology, and then its knowledge of the world, and also understanding on the economic potential of ASEAN countries, they would rather run on their own. They would rather run using the fast track. So in this case, yeah, if we know the way Singapore think, I think we also need to understand the way Indonesia think. Do we always think that ASEAN is our primary circle, or we consider Indonesia, we put Indonesia at the higher level? In this case, let's say a qualified middle power countries, where we have all the qualities to become middle power countries. And then in this case, it is up to the top leader of the countries to be ascertain what is our national interest with regard to the GCC, in or outside ASEAN. I think in this case, we have huge theoretical work to do, Bapak. Huge theoretical work to do, and I cannot score from 1 till 10. I cannot give a score, because I may give a score 7, but Prabowo said, but maybe Pak Prabowo said, I give the Indonesian bureaucracy 2 weeks to produce 7 to 9. He made it. So I cannot give you a definite answer. And then to the first question, yes, Pak, there is a gap at the economic level and at the socio-economic level. You are right, Bapak. There is a huge gap. And I forgot to mention the ongoing civil war in Myanmar. Correct, Bapak? The problem is, inside ASEAN, we have something called the ASEAN-WE, Pak. We do not want to intervene, and we also understand the worst case scenario when we hassle Myanmar all the time and we preach Myanmar what to do. I think they will run away from ASEAN, and Myanmar will make itself as the what we call the proxy of China. This is something we do not want to do. So in this case, when it comes to Myanmar, we are aware when the issue happened in year 2022, Cambodia failed. Earlier on, year 2021, Brunei Darussalam failed. Indonesia in year 2023. We supported Myanmar using the idea called 5 points principle. Now we are still working how to deal with the 5-point principle, because when it comes to the Laos leadership this year, Laos is more inclined towards Myanmar. In year 2025, Malaysia will be there, And I think the approach of Malaysia will be quite the same with Indonesia. We call it sikit-sikit lah bang ya, penting berubah sikit ya. So we do not expect a fast track, but at least we know, Pak. We always inform Myanmar that it is about time to change because the world is changing, and you cannot keep the you cannot keep the militaristic values inside the national bureaucracy all the time. No, we all change, and then in this case here, we expect Myanmar to follow to the 5 points principle, and in this case, by keep advising, keep sharing ideas, keep sharing the best practices, we sincerely hope Myanmar will change. Thank you very much, Pak.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Tengku Reza. So we give the time for Mr. Muhammad Zulhafi to respond the question.
Right. So answering to the first question from that lady about Malaysia and Indonesia have abundance of forests and how we can, utilize this forest for our carbon offset strategies. So actually, just to give example that in Malaysia, under our Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability Ministry, or NRES, that led by YB Nick Nazmi, they actually this year they did announce the Malaysian Forest Fund, one of the entity under this ministry to manage forest carbon offset. So when we talk about offsetting, right, on how, for instance, corporates. So corporates company are actually produce and contribute to a larger carbon emission compared to small businesses. Even in my company, Quap, so we did disclose our first carbon emission as of 2023 that amounting to almost 9 million ton CO2 per emission. So this is a huge number, and as for us as investment companies, all of these 99% of carbon emission is actually comes from the finance emissions, which is our investment portfolio. So just imagine how other companies actually want to achieve the net zero, targets, the decarbonization strategies, if their nature of business is actually rely and contribute to the large emission. And in Indonesia also is actually being known as the 9th largest GHG emissions in the world. Just imagine for that. But we do have, you're right, we do have our forests. So maybe this is what in Malaysia we do have is by with the benefits of Malaysian Forest Fund, they are doing the forest carbon offsets project, where they are going to reduce the emission from whichever forest preservation project they are doing. For instance, if a company want to be part of the forest carbon offsets project, it's indirectly will reduce their company's GHG emission. But talking about carbon offset, cannot be seen overnight, right? So it took more than 10 years for when you talk about how you preserve the forest to start planting the trees. So it requires more than 10 years. But this is something, one of the good approach that Malaysia have currently, and maybe can be Indonesia can adopt the similar practices, because Indonesia is the third largest third largest countries that have a lot of forestry in their countries. Okay, so I proceed with the last question about how to implement circular economy. You did mention about circular economy is already the policy already there, but how we can start practice circular economy, especially when all these companies, large companies, are the main contributors to plastics productions. Okay, I couldn't deny that. It is actually true that most of the companies are actually, for instance, even in Malaysia, I can give example like Petronas. Their main feedstock is actually plastics. They want to rely on plastic for their Petronas chemical groups, right? So this is something we have to start think, like I mentioned about, we need to start first have a proper circular economy practices within us as consumers. I actually kudos to you because you did clarify that you have not been using plastic straws since 9 years ago. So this is something, one of the good initiative as a consumer, what we can do. And for the companies, actually, you know that to tackling about plastic pollution cases actually is require more money, more incentive. That's why I did mention in my presentation just now that we need to streamline policies and financial incentive. So the government actually playing the pivotal role to give more financial support for companies if, let's say, they want to start uh, produce their products responsibly, comply with the EPR policies. This is where they need to be incentivized, you know, to have like a proper machinery and advanced technology to, you know, compose plastic. Because just to share, right, even like this plastic that we have, actually, it takes more than 3 years for it to be composed. It's not even like a microplastic. Just imagine that nowadays, from coffee shop, normally they are using microplastic in their straws. They claim it to be biodegradable, but for that small microplastic straws, actually took more than 3 years for it to be composed, or else it will be sent to the landfills. So this is all. To conclude, it is all backs again for us as a consumer, and to make it as a circular economy as part of our culture, as small businesses and also as manufacturers, you know, like you need to push more for. We need to have like a more strong political will, I can say here, in order to have more financial viable for this company to manage plastics pollutions and to reduce plastics productions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Sulhafi. So we move to the next speaker, Ms. Hanis Heidi. The time is yours.
All right. Hi. Thank you so much for the very expansive questions. Thank you for asking me that question. So the first question is, I guess the gist of it is, how feasible are EU-inspired models like the one that I mentioned in my research for ASEAN, right? So while the EU Protect Initiative offers the benchmark for migration governance, implementing similar models in ASEAN, yes, requires significant adaptation to account for the region's unique political, economic, and social dynamics. So unlike the EU, which operates under centralized governance with national institutions such as the European Commission and the European Parliament, ASEAN is an intergovernmental organization where member states focus on national sovereignty. So decisions within ASEAN are guided by the principle of consensus, which I totally agree with that. So that said, ASEAN can still draw inspiration from the EU's measures, but progress would likely need to be incremental. So one key area where ASEAN could begin is the capacity building programs for member states to enhance the enforcement of labor laws and also anti-trafficking measures. So this could involve providing like technical assistance, maybe training programs, and also regional cooperation frameworks to ensure that governments and local authorities have the tools and resources needed to protect migrant workers effectively. So another adaptable aspect of the Protect initiative is the focus on safe migration pathways, which could be implemented in ASEAN through bilateral agreements between sending and also receiving countries. So, for example, countries such as Indonesia and also Malaysia could establish more streamlined and a more transparent recruitment processes. So these agreements could help ensure that migrant workers receive clear information about their rights, about fair contracts, and also the most important thing is access to legal protections. So, and also I guess one thing that I might add is setting up pre-departure orientation programs. That is one of the good initiatives that ASEAN can put focus on, and also post-arrival support system, which could empower the workers to navigate the migration process more safely and more confidently. And also, I guess ASEAN could also take cues from the EU's victim-centered approach, just like the one I mentioned in my research, by focus on the protection mechanisms for abused or exploited workers. So this could include creating a regional framework for establishing shelters, for providing, I guess, legal aid and also counseling, and developing system for reintegration support for survivors. So while the full implementation of EU-inspired models may not be immediately feasible due to ASEAN's decentralized governance and diverse member states' interests, but these incremental steps could lay the groundwork for a stronger migration governance framework. So by focusing on capacity building, all the things that I mentioned before this, ASEAN can gradually develop a system that reflects its regional realities while borrowing effective elements from EU's initiative. Right. So the next question is, I think I do not get the gist of what you're asking, but I hope that I answer your question. But yes, I also do believe that Indonesian women often view domestic work as a noble profession. But that doesn't mean it comes without challenges. So while it is widely recognized as an honorable and valuable job, it should be treated with dignity and respect, not just for Indonesian workers, but also for all workers globally. So I guess despite the honor associated with this work, Indonesian women who migrate for domestic work, especially to Malaysia and also other ASEAN countries and also maybe GCC countries, face challenges that often undermine their dignity and safety to their labor. So these challenges include systemic exploitation, isolation, inadequate legal protection. So addressing these challenges requires a diverse approach that leverages ASEAN's frameworks and fosters collaboration within its member states. And one of the most pressing challenges, I guess, for Indonesian domestic workers abroad is exploitation. Yeah, which it manifests in various forms, such as excessive working hours, physical and also psychological abuse. So many domestic workers experience the confiscation of passports and restrictions on their mobility. So this effectively trapping them in exploitative conditions. So ASEAN must take a proactive role in addressing these challenges to protect and empower Indonesian women, domestic workers. Just like I mentioned before this, ASEAN should strengthen its regional frameworks through AICHR work plan, maybe another 5 years work plan to ensure that domestic workers are explicitly included in labor protection policies. And finally, ASEAN can facilitate collaboration between governments and also CSOs, very important, CSOs to provide support system for workers, so that it can ensure that this work remains noble and a safe profession for not just Indonesian women, but also all women globally. So yeah, thank you.
Applause for the three speakers. And we come to the end of the session. We thank you very much for Dr. Tengku Reza, for Mr. Muhammad Zulhafi, and also Ms. Hanis Haidi. And me, myself, I apologize for any mistakes as well as the time management problem because I have taken your break time. And I give the time for the master of ceremony. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for the esteemed moderator and the speakers. Another round of applause. It was a great session. Thank you so much. So yeah, now we will go straight to the third session because we are running out of time. Thank you very much. So proceeding to the third session titled GCC ASEAN Relations, Challenges and Opportunities. This session will be moderated by Mr. Abdul Jabbar, Head of the Islamic and Middle East Research Center. The speakers are Professor Yayan Machmoudi, Dr. Henalito A. Sevilla, and Mrs. Nabila Osman. There will be a 15 minutes Q&A session at the end. So please, respected moderator and speakers, the stage is yours.
Cek. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think you're all sleeping, yeah? Are you still with us? Okay. To make relaxation first, because this is the last session, maybe we don't mind to take your time too much. Just follow me. I hope I ask you to stand up first to make relaxation with me. Okay, relaxation. Just music. Okay, up to your stand. Your hand, please. Okay, just follow and see my hand, yeah? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Okay, another. Okay. Yeah. Okay. مر بنا المتكلمين باللغة الإنجليزية وأنا أبدأ باللغة العربية. فهمتم؟ فهمنا. إذا طيب، وندعو للمتكلم الأول بروفيسور يون محمودي، فعليه أن يأخذ المكان. And the second speaker is Dr. Henalito A. Sevilla. Welcome to the stage, sir. And the third, Miss Nabila Osman. Okay, welcome to the stage, sir. Miss. Kursinya satu lagi. Okay, just be here. هنا الآن الحصة الأخيرة. طبعا العمل خير العمل عمل خواتمها. Kita akan berada di season terakhir, and with us already 3 speakers. Prof. Yayan Mahmoudi, I think you all know about him. كلكم تعرفونه وتستطيعون أن تبحث عن شخصيته عبر جوجل. لأن الوقت ضيق ولا أريد أن أطول الكلام. وثاني منا دكتور Henalito, come from Philippines, and Miss Nabila Osman, right? Come from Kuala Lumpur. Okay, the first speaker, I think I give Mr. Yayan Mahmoudi. Tafadhal.
Yeah. Sorry, could you prepare for my presentation? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
10 minutes, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, no, 10 till 15 minutes. Okay.
10 minutes.
Because the
okay.
time is running
No
too
problem.
fast.
10 minutes, 5 minutes is okay.
Okay,
It's better for me too. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very happy. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think he is not moderator, but the sport trainer. So give us the how to make relax today. I'm going to talk about the historical relation between the Arabian Peninsula and the Malay world, trade, religion, and culture exchange. So, yes, next, please. This is very important, I think, to see the relation between the Arabs and the Southeast Asia or the Malay. Talking about the Arab in general, this has also become the problem that most Indonesia and probably the Southeast Asia see the Arab as the single world, single regional. But in fact, the Arab are many. So when we talk the Arab considered to be the one world, then we talk about the GCC to be one regional. Then in reality, if we also learn from the previous discussion, even in the GCC, the existence of the country also diverse. So this is also make our relations between the Arab and the Malay, in particular Indonesia, not growing very fast in terms of the economic, because we consider the Arab as the one world or one regions. Okay, next please. And yes, the next slide, please. Okay, so the Arabian Peninsula, so we see the strategic location at the crossroads of the Africa, Asia, and Europe. So we see that this is the very strategic position between the Indonesia, Malaysia, and other Southeast Asia if we consider the location of the Arabian Peninsula. And the Malay world Southeast Asia archipelago, including modern-day Malaysia, Indonesia, and part of the Philippines or also the Brunei is also have the one culture that majority are Muslim. Okay, next please. So we have the early connection through the trade. The Arab trade reached Southeast Asia as early as the 7th century. Even before there is, the maritimes trade route that also established before the 7th century because of that good traded spices, nutmeg, clove, textile, perfume, incense, and port like the Malacca, Aceh become the key hub. So actually in terms of the trade, we experience long history. But if we compare between the past history and the current situation, the development of the economic and trade, I think, is not so big as we expect. Okay, next please. For instance, in Turkey, there is called Mesir Karsisi, established about 1664 years ago. So the name of the spicy, actually the commodity coming from Nusantara or from the Malay, but the Turkish call Mesir because the trader at the time was Egyptian. So the Mesir Karsisi meaning the spicy bazaar that established long time, and till now we can, if we visit Istanbul, we see the Mesir Karsisi, but the spicy actually originally come from Malay world. Okay, next please. So we have experience also connected to other world, for instance with the Turkish. It is very interesting when I look at the document from the Ottoman. It is mentioned about how the Achenese Sultan sent gifts to the Ottoman, and the gift is so huge if we compare right now, the price of the gift. But unfortunately, the gift mediated by the French and American traders did not really arrive in the Ottoman. So probably lost and brought away by the the mediator. So, for instance, in 1841 till 1842, first ship consists of the 15,030 kilogram, the best quality of gaharu. Gaharu means agar wood. Look at this is about the gift is about 15,000 kilogram, and if we see in the Google the price of the agar wood, the best quality number one, is at about 20,000 till 100,000 per kilogram. So if the Achenese send about 15,000 300 kilogram, it means more than 1 billion US dollar at the time. This is only one ship. And almost probably another consists of 23 kilogram of French lessons, white camphor, and other things. So I think one ship around 1 billion US dollar. If we know right now the Prabowo come to the China and come back to Indonesia, brought about 10 billion US dollar investment. But in the future, in the past, we see how rich is the Achenese Sultan at the time. Then after that, he sent another ship through the American traders that would be give to the Turkish Ottoman Empire at the time about 13,040 kilogram agra wood in the best quality, and also campers, white pepper, and also silk clothes. So he sent about 3 times, 3 ships. That each ship, I calculate right now probably about 2 billion US dollar each. So how rich that time? For what this gift? The gift is given to the Ottoman Empire at the time to protect the Achenese Sultan, Achenese kingdom from the that invasion. So the protection is not free. The protection from the Turkish at the time are very, in terms of the value of the commodity at the time is very, we cannot see very costly. But unfortunately, the gift did not arrive to the Ottoman. So there is no assistance coming from Ottoman in terms of the assistance to help the Achenese people to protect themselves from the Dutch invasion. Okay, next, please. So the spread of Islam, of course, development of Islam in Malay world, 20th century, 40th century, the Sultanate like Malacca, embrace Islam, then connection with the Hadrami Arab, Yemen, and Sufi order become also the connection in terms of the religions. So we see that the Indonesian in majority are Muslim. So we are very far away from the Arab, from the Mecca, but how can imagine that the Nusantara, the Malay become the biggest Muslim population, and Indonesia also become the biggest population in the world in terms of the population. Okay, next please. The Arab influence on Malay culture, adoption of the Arabic script, Jawi for the Malay language, and the Islamic art, architecture, influence mosques and places, development of Islamic law, Sharia in the local government. Even in the Indonesian language, about 30% of the word derived from the Arabic. For instance, this is the chair, but Indonesia call kursi. So it is also the same as the Arab call about this. Something that about 30%. Okay, next we have 3 minutes. Okay, the Hadrami diaspora. So as I mentioned before, the Indonesians mainly just simplify that the Arab meaning the Hadrami. So this is also become problematic if they don't know the diverse of the the Arab countries. For instance, GCC. GCC also have several members of the country that are different. Settlement of the Arab, the key contribution about religious leadership, trade, education, intermarried with the Malay nobility and also local people. So this has also become the identity of the Malay people. Okay, next please. Economic and diplomatic tie, continued trade. Yeah, in terms of the oil, spices, and other goods, right now the commodity is the oil, the center is the Middle East. But before the commodity, the central commodity is spices. Why the Western country come to Indonesia to conquer Indonesia at the time was because of the sources commodity. Okay, then cultural exchange. Yes, before this, yeah, culture exchange, pilgrimage, diplomatic ties between Arab and nation and Southeast Asia, and also the issue of the investment. Now the economic exchange between the Malay and also Arab countries. Okay, the conclusion. Yes, please. So, of course, the kind of importance of the Arab-Malay relation in shaping the Southeast Asia identity. So the Arab, in general, civilization also shaped the identity of the Southeast Asia. Before we are influenced by the Indians or by the Chinese civilization, but then also influenced by the Arab. But in terms of the economic contribution, still low comparing to the Arab investment or economic cooperation, the Arab with the West comparing to the Southeast Asia. But of course, the similarity between the Arab countries, Arab Peninsula or GCC with this Malay is, I think, more close than to the West. But in terms of the economy, investment, and traders, why the amount of the investment go to the Western country rather than deal with the Southeast Asia as part of the ASEAN country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Applause to Prof. Yon Mahmudi. And the second speaker is Dr. Hanelito, speaking about Philippines Middle East relationship, strategic necessity amid ASEAN and China engagement in the Persian Gulf. Time for yourself. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Okay, assalamu alaikum to everybody.
Salam.
The first speaker talked about the development, the historical development, and the connection of the Arab region to the Southeast Asian region. I am so happy that he made mention about that one because that connects also the historical evolution or the evolution of the Philippine relation with the Arab and non-Arab Middle Eastern countries. So before I would like to start my talk, I would like to thank Dr. Abul Risa Alami from Iran, from We Asia. I'm also a member of We Asia and also the organizer, the AMEC, and of course the University of Indonesia for inviting us to share our expertise and ideas about the development of the region, particularly how the Gulf region connects with the development of the Southeast Asian region and how we could actually take advantage of the opportunities that are emerging both in these two regions. So the topic which is assigned to me is actually part of my research, and the topic titled New Philippine-Middle East Relations, Strategic Necessity. I would like to emphasize strategic necessity because in the past many decades, the Philippine relation with Middle Eastern countries and non-Arab countries in Middle East and North Africa has been very, very limited to three important aspects which reflect the elements of the Philippine foreign relations. But this new strategic relation is somehow a reflection of the new development of the Middle East region, particularly the GCC countries, which I think all of us know, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and so on and so forth, that comprise the entire GCC countries. And this morning we have a very good discussion and presentation about regionalism in the GCC and the Middle East, the Southeast Asia. Now, the topic that I'm going to present is how would the Philippines be able to take advantage of the development in the GCC country in line with the engagement of ASEAN as well as China in this region. What opportunities would bring not just to ASEAN member countries but also to the Philippines in this development. But the abstract talks about given the strategic location and abundance of resources found in the Persian Gulf countries, we know that the Persian Gulf countries or the Gulf countries would be able to play a very critical role in the future economic direction as well as the political or geopolitical stability, not just in the Middle East region, but also in the region adjacent to the Gulf states. And therefore, it is important that countries around this area would need to look at the development in the region and take advantage of the opportunities that this region would offer to their economies and even to the aspect of geopolitics and security. And ASEAN and China's engagement, as I mentioned, in the GCC or in the MENA countries, Middle East and North African countries, open up a new chapter of geo-economic and political opportunities and challenges for this region. And furthermore, I would like to look at how the Philippines could take advantage of this. Now, the research question which would guide the presentation would be, number one, what are the current geopolitical and geoeconomic transformation in the MENA and the Persian Gulf region in the past years and today, and what will be in the coming years? The second question is, how do China and ASEAN navigate their interests in the regional transformation of the GCC and ASEAN countries? And the last one would be, what gains can we, ASEAN countries, including the Philippines, have from this regional development? The outline would be the discussion of regional development in MENA, followed by China's strategic partnership policy vis-a-vis the region. The third one would be ASEAN Gulf cooperation, common interests and challenges. And then the number 5 would be the Philippine interests and drive into conclusion. Okay, slides number 5. Are we following? Okay, just to give you an important feature of the development, the geo-economic and political development in the GCC country and in the entire MENA region. Number 1 is that we have known the fact that the US is now distancing away from the geopolitical involvement in the region, specifically so that the US in the past decades and years were not so successful in engaging and providing security, stability for regional countries. And this pivot of US is now focusing on Southeast Asia, where China is emerging as an important regional actor, particularly in the South China Sea. The Philippines is involved also. So the US is basically bringing its attention much to the Southeast Asian region and distancing a little bit away from the greater Middle East and North African region. Second is that China, under the Belt and Road Initiative, is now engaging the region, particularly those countries that have access to the maritime line of communication, especially so the United Arab Emirates and, of course, Saudi Arabia. The third development that we could see in the region is that the Arab countries, particularly the GCC countries, are now starting to reorient its foreign policy. Because in the previous years, the Arab countries were just focusing on the Western countries. But nowadays, because of the development in Southeast Asia and the Pacific, the Arab countries try to refocus its attention, particularly in terms of investment and so on and so forth, to the development in Southeast Asia and the Pacific region. And number 4, important development in the region is that the ambition of the Saudi Arabian government as well as the United Arab government in terms of Arab Vision 2030 that would basically help their economies stay away from the massive dependency of oil revenues and diversify its economy and provide an international hub for tourism, not just for local but also international. And then the last development that we could mention is basically the development between the GCC and the ASEAN countries. Now, let's proceed to the China thing. Now, China, as mentioned in the early speakers this morning, that China has a very vast interest in the region, particularly so that the region are the major oil producer and gas producer in the world. Aside from that, China consider the Gulf region as an important port, an important transit point for bringing all the raw materials from Africa and other parts of Mediterranean, passing through the Persian Gulf down to the Southeast Asia, passing through the Malacca Strait. So basically, when we speak of China BRI, or the Belt and Road Initiative in the region, it is important that China would continue and would strengthen its engagement in regional countries. So that under the BRI, China wants to provide an economic and trade relations, strengthen its economic and trade relations with the Arab countries. And of course, this would provide an interconnectivity between China and the economies of the Association of the Southeast Asian Nation, as well as the Gulf Cooperation country and Africa. And China's project is based, according to China, based on a win-win development model that it doesn't have any string attached, unlike the United States, no? So that in doing this, and for China to be successful, China is continuing to construct ports in different parts of this region from Africa so that these ports would be able to help China's facilitation of raw material going to its own economy. The second important thing in China's strategic partnership with the region is basically the development in the region today, particularly with regards to the rapprochement or the normalization of ties between Saudi Arabia and Iran. I think this morning, China has, the speakers would mention about China's important and vital role in facilitating normalization of tie between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And we all know that Iran and Saudi Arabia are very important players, regional players, in the region that may influence the economic and the geopolitical landscape of the region in the past, present, and in the future. And of course, there is also a problem between Israel and the Palestinians, where Israel is continuing to commit genocide against the Palestinian people, and so on and so forth. And this morning, we also a little bit mentioned about the Abraham Accord, but I think Abraham Accord, which is facilitated with the United States, will not be successful in the coming years. It will become unsuccessful in the sense that there's been a change of opinion in some Arab countries simply because Israel is continuing to commit genocide against the Palestinian people. So these are the development.
2 minutes more.
2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Now I will proceed to the Philippines. It's very difficult to discuss 2 minutes now. All right.
I'm sorry.
So I think what is important here for the Philippines is to take advantage of this development. And this development can manifest in 4 important elements with regards to how the Philippines conduct and take advantage or seize opportunity with the GCC and ASEAN partnership, which was signed in 2023. One is in the area of oil. The second one is in the area of labor relations. And the third one is in the area of peace process. And lastly is, which is very new in the Philippine pillars of diplomacy, is the cultural diplomacy. Now, I have a lot of recommendation here. Since I don't have enough time, maybe you can just read the article that I have written regarding this. It will come out this month. No? Okay, to conclude, given the regional environment of ongoing wars, successful detentes, meaning the rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Iran, liberal reforms which has been initiated with a lot of GCC countries, and new geopolitical alliances, the Philippines need to reframe its role in regional affairs and make a strategic calculation of risks and opportunities to better advance its national interests. The Philippines can take advantage of ASEAN and China's engagement in GCC region. And in doing this, it will require the Filipino leaders and policymakers to start looking the region differently, away from the ambit of the global alliance with the United States, meaning that the Philippines should exercise or must exercise its independent foreign policy, taking care of its national interests and not the interests of the US, and of course, continue this engagement with regional countries, either through bilateral or through multilateral platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. To close. Thank you. I'm sorry because the time. Okay, the last speaker, this Nabila Usman. The time is for you.
One, two, three. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay. So Qatar and Singapore, two small yet wealthy nations, one in the heart of the Middle East and the other in Southeast Asia. So their relations of Qatar and Singapore date back to 1984, but obviously they were not as vibrant as today. So this presentation will explore how Singapore developed its relation with the Gulf, with a focus of Qatar-Singapore relations, their history, similarities, and challenges, on how these two nations undergo the challenges to achieve international standing. And then we will also examine their consistent high-level meetings as well as their strong economic ties. Next. Next. Okay. So in the early 2000s, the Middle East was not the priority for Singapore, because Singapore's strategic culture shaped by its vulnerability as a small state. So therefore, with Singapore's strategic culture of vulnerability, they uses diplomatic efforts to have good relations with other nations. Next, please. Okay. So one of Singapore's veteran diplomat, Bilahari Kausikan, he argues that Singapore's outreach to the Gulf in the early 2000s was a defensive response to the events of 9/11, the Jemaah Islamiyah plot, as well as the Middle Eastern influence on Islamic culture in Singapore and Southeast Asia. So the transnational nature of global terrorism actually underscored the need for stronger government-to-government ties with the Gulf states to complement the existing not so vibrant commercial relationship Singapore had with the Gulf in the early 2000s. So on the political front, Singapore initiated the Asia-Middle East Dialogue in 2004, as well as they established trading centers in Qatar, Jordan, and Oman to share expertise in public policy. Not just that, Singapore also increased their resident diplomatic presence in MENA from 3 to 8 embassies, 6 of which are in the GCC. So the establishment of Middle East Institute, a research center in Singapore, further reflects the government's commitment to update its understanding of the Middle East, because the government believes that we cannot deal with the Middle East by having an obsolete information of the region itself. And Singapore's overseas military deployment in the early 2000s were also significant, especially in high-risk regions in countries like Afghanistan as well as Iraq. So the former Singapore Defence Minister, he said that, quote unquote, ground zero for the export for terrorists must be eliminated, as we did in Afghanistan. For Iraq and ISIS, we had vested interest because there were foreign fighters from Malaysia, Indonesia, as well as Singapore. So while publicly frame these efforts as counterterrorism efforts, these operations actually also showcase the Singapore Armed Forces military capabilities in a low-profile manner. So in other words, it's one of Singapore's strategic defense strategy. So oil imports also played a role because 1/3 of Singapore's oil comes from the GCC, so making the Gulf a security concern for the state. So over the years, Singapore ships and flagships has been attacked in some of the areas in the Gulf. So, for instance, to deter these piracy threats, Singapore has joined the anti-piracy naval patrols in the Gulf of Aden. So this political and military outreach was not merely a reactive one, but it's also in line with Singapore's strategic culture of vulnerability as a small state. So when relations with the Gulf started building, they started having more connections. negotiation for Singapore and GCC Free Trade Agreement started in late 2006, early 2007, which actually marked a major milestone for Singapore ties with the Gulf states. Next, please. Okay, so moving on to Qatar and Singapore relations. Both these nations share striking similarities as small but wealthy countries that rely heavily on soft power in their foreign policies. So this approach has actually allowed them to maintain good relations globally as well as cultivating strong international standings. So Qatar is the safest and most secure country in MENA, while Singapore holds the title of the safest country in Asia. So this actually reflects their effective law enforcement as well as safety measures in the country itself, which then indirectly attracts more investment into the country. So next, please. Singapore leverages its attractive economy as a key component of its soft power. So Singapore is renowned for its international finance hub and global maritime center. So Singapore's success in its economy is actually rooted upon its policy of separating politics with business and commerce. So this economic neutrality of Singapore actually enhances its global connectivity. So for Qatar, similarly, it uses soft power to boost its international image. So we know that Qatar hosted FIFA World Cup 2022, which actually positioned Qatar as the first Middle Eastern country to host the event and which significantly raised Qatar's global profile. Next, please. Okay. So education is another soft power tool employed by both Qatar and Singapore. Both nations invested heavily in education, as you can see the figure. Singapore is known as a provider of world-class education. Singapore is recognized for its world-class education system, which with its national university ranking first in Asia. And Singapore also have programs like Singapore Cooperation Program under the Ministry of Home Affairs, where they actually train government employees from various countries on governance, trade, as well as sustainability. So meanwhile, for Qatar, Qatar has attracted international recognition by establishing branches of prestigious foreign universities where they actually turned Doha into an educational hub in the Middle East. So this strategy actually draws students from across the region in the Middle East into Qatar, which actually further enhanced Qatar's role in global education. Next.
2 minutes more left, Doctor.
The next. Okay, as a small country, they both share similar challenges. Like for a small country, they have limited resources. The previous slide. Okay. So if we look at the military limitations, both states have significant. Both states have military limitations due to the size of the country. But while Qatar's military is relatively modest, Qatar actually mitigates some of its military limitations by hosting the US Central Command quarters since 2003, which ensures the security despite the regional tension in the Middle East. But on the other hand, if you look at the data on bottom right, Singapore actually invested heavily in building a credible military force. If you look at the graph, for Singapore has the highest military spending in Southeast Asia, despite being the smallest country in Southeast Asia, stands at $11 billion. Next, I'll skip this part. Okay. Economic.
1 minute.
Next. I'll just forward. Okay. So this is a summary of Qatar's trade with Southeast Asia. If it's in million, so the graph actually starts from 1 billion up to 5 billion. So one would expect Qatar to have deep economic ties with some of the Muslim countries in Southeast Asia like Indonesia or Malaysia. But if we look at the graph, Qatar's top two trading partners in ASEAN is actually the two non-Muslim countries, Thailand as well as Singapore. So it's interesting to see, and you can see like the vast difference between the trade in other countries in ASEAN. Next, I'll just skip the part. They have deep economic ties, as you can see. So moving forward, I feel like regardless of challenges these two countries faces, they will continue to be partners in growth. So their partnership will still focus on deepening economic ties, fostering educational and technological collaboration, especially in addressing global challenges like security and sustainability. So these two countries, by navigating geopolitical complexities through diplomacy as well as strategic cooperation, these two countries will continue to enhance their economic standing as small state, yet an influential one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nabila Usman. Okay, maybe I have only 2% who will ask the question from the young people one and the woman one. Other? No question? No discussion? Okay, Mr. Muslim. Okay. Make. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay.
I go first?
Yeah, you go first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jabbar.
I think the other is sleeper. Sleeping? No. Okay.
Thank
Yes,
you very much
Mr.
to
Muslim.
all the presenters for the interesting presentation. I am actually interested in what Ms. Nabila highlighted about Singapore's relations with ASEAN countries. The spike in their bilateral economic relations is with Thailand and Singapore, Qatar, in the case of Qatar. And in the case of Singapore, it's probably the main ASEAN trading partner with many of the GCC states. How to explain that? Because it goes against the conventional wisdom or the immediate thought that comes to all of our minds that there are common cultural relations, so therefore the economic relations should follow. But when we check Qatar's investments in ASEAN countries, we don't see that follow. When we check Saudi investments as well in ASEAN countries, they don't necessarily follow this logic. So how to best explain that? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. So the foundation of Singapore's foreign policy is we cannot afford to have enemies. We try to make all the state our friends. So Singapore is an open economy. Your question is why Qatar's investment is not consistent in ASEAN countries, throughout ASEAN countries, correct? This is because different, as mentioned earlier, different ASEAN countries have different level of open economy. So in ASEAN, Singapore has the most open economy. So although we just now mentioned that Myanmar is actually in war and they do not have much bilateral trade with some of the countries, but Singapore is actually the largest foreign investors in Myanmar, despite the country having some civil war. So why Qatar invests heavily in Singapore compared to other countries in ASEAN? It's because of Singapore's open economy, as well as Singapore's stable political situation. So when Singapore have a stable political environment, it's also safe to attract foreign investment into the country. Hope I answered the question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nabila. Another this discussion, if there is no question, we will close our session. Yeah, okay, Pak. Silakan.
My question is for Professor Yayan Mahmudi. To what extent and historical experience between Indonesia or Malay and in Middle East will be, give us strength to enhance opposition between two ASEAN and GCC?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. So this is also to emphasize the question addressed to my colleague about the why the similarity of the cultures, Indonesia and Middle East, but not bring the benefit of the economic to Indonesia or the Malay in general. So our history before the Southeast Asia, the Malay regions become the center of the gravity of the economic at the time. Then after that shifted to the Middle East as the source of the energy. But now the US, the Western pivot to the Asia. So we don't know which area, the Asia Pacific with Southeast Asia, China and other that become the new gravity. So this is also, I think, very important. So the history actually for the Indonesians, actually the history will bring the reality that we are still part of very important, the center of the gravity of the economic, because in the past this is also proof that we are part of the Near Eastern is the source of the commodity that bring to the center of the civilization. And right now also the situation changing from the Middle East, then go to the Asia Pacific. So for the Malay, I think for Indonesia in particular, it is not necessary to enjoy the relationship, but how to develop and to enhance the relationship that bring the benefit of the economy. Not only we are happy to have the strong relationship, historical, strong and etc., but how we can use it for the benefit of the economic, trade and other activity that also benefit to our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yayan Mahmudi. So maybe the time is finished already. ونكتفي. Any question? لا. طيب. وإذا نكتفي بهذا الجلسة وأطلب منكم العفو. I ask apologize. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for your enlightening session. So I have a small announcement to our guest speakers. Inshallah, we will be having a dinner right after the conference for the speakers and the moderators. It's as following. So it will take place at 5:30 in Sate Sanayan Salamba restaurant. Moving on, I'd like to invite Dr. Arifin Sudriman, Head of the Department at University Panjajaran, to deliver the closing remarks.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I didn't realize that the ceiling is too low for me, so hopefully I'm not bumping my head. So thank you so much for the opportunity. I would like to express my gratitude to our excellencies, Mr. Muslim Imran, the Director of Asia Middle East Center for Research and Dialogue, Mr. Muad Syam, Conference Director, Mr. Abdul Jabbar, Head of Islamic and Middle East Research Center, SKSK-UI, Kang Dr. Asep Setiawan from Department of Political Sciences, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, my fellow Dr. Abdul Reza Alami, Director of AsiaWE Center. Nice to meet you, finally, face-to-face. All representative of embassies and Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, respected committee, distinguished speakers, moderators, and esteemed guests. As we conclude this Insight Conference on the opportunities and challenges in ASEAN-GCC interactions, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who contributed to making this event a success. Since this morning, we have engaged in thought-provoking discussions and exchanged valuable perspective on the multi-phased relationship between ASEAN and the Gulf Cooperation Council. The diverse range of topics covered from geopolitical alignment, economic collaboration, and trade partnership to cultural exchange and social connectivity has enriched our understanding of this vital region. There are some key takeaways that has been resulted in this conference. The first one, the opportunities for collaboration. We have identified numerous opportunities for collaboration in trade, investment, and technology transfer. The potential for growth in sectors such as renewable energy, tourism, and education is immense, and we must harness this potential to benefit both regions. Secondly, the addressing challenges. While opportunities abound, we must also acknowledge the challenges that lie ahead. Issues such as regulatory hurdles, cultural differences, and geopolitical dynamics require our attention. It is crucial that we foster dialogue and understanding to navigate these complexities effectively. Thirdly, future engagement. As we move forward, let us commit to strengthening our partnership through continued dialogue and cooperation. Networking and collaboration will be the key in addressing the evolving challenges and maximizing the opportunities we have discussed. And fourth, finally, the shared vision. Finally, let us work towards a shared vision of prosperity and stability by leveraging our unique strength and addressing our mutual interests. We can create a more interconnected and resilient future for both ASEAN and the GCC. Finally, in closing, I would like to thank our speakers for their invaluable insight, our collaborators and sponsors for their support, and each of you for your active participation. Together, we can pave the way for a brighter future in ASEAN and GCC relations. Thank you and safe travel homes. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Finally, I would like to invite Mr. Muad Siam, our conference director, to present the conference resolutions.
طيب ماشي. Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. And Assalamu alaikum wa bihya. Very good evening for everyone. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of institutions and representatives of embassies. As we draw curtains on this groundbreaking international conference on assessing opportunities and challenges in ASEAN-GCC interactions, it's my privilege and honor to stand before you to reflect on the remarkable achievements of this day. We have come together from across two dynamic regions, ASEAN and GCC, to engage in a meaningful discussion, share knowledge, and build connections that will help shape the future of our regions and also the wider world. This conference has served as a unique platform to deepen our understanding of the opportunities and challenges we face, and most importantly, how we can work together to address them. The keynote addressed, we were privileged to hear from His Excellency Yaya from the Foreign Ministry, and the insightful sessions featuring experts from Qatar, Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines have provided us with individual perspectives on the evolving geopolitical landscape. These discussions highlighted the critical importance of fostering greater collaboration between ASEAN and GCC nations, especially in areas such as economic diversification, cultural integration, and promotion of peace and stability in the increasingly interconnected world. One of the key outcomes of this conference has been the formalization of the partnerships aimed at strengthening ASEAN-GCC ties through the signing of MOUs between the Asia Middle East Center for Research and Dialogue, AMEC, and the leading institutions as Universitas Indonesia, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, and AsiaWE West East Center. We are laying the foundation of a more robust and enduring relationship between our regions. These collaborations will drive academic research, culture exchanges, and people-to-people connections, creating a lasting impact on our societies. As we reflect on the insights shared and the partnerships formed, it is clear that our regions share so many common interacts and interests, from economic integration to educational exchange, and from fostering geopolitical alignment to enriching cultural understanding. The possibilities for cooperation are vast. But these opportunities are also accompanied with challenges, including the need for strategic cooperation, the alignment of policies, and overcoming regional differences. This conference has not only highlighted these challenges, but also has offered solutions and roadmap for how we can move forward together. The discussions we have had here have been valuable, but they are just the beginning. The dialogue we have started must continue. And it is now our collective responsibility to take the ideas, partnerships, and resolutions of this conference and turn them into tangible actions. We must work together to implement the strategies that have been discussed, ensuring that bonds we have shaped here today grow stronger in the coming years. On behalf of AMEC and all the partner institutions, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers, panelists, diplomats, and participants for your dedication and contribution to this conference. Your presence and input have made this conference a resounding success. In conclusion, I am confident that outcomes of this conference will continue to contribute significantly to the two regions' stability, economic growth, and cultural exchange. Together, ASEAN and GCC can lead the way in shaping a brighter, more interconnected future. Let us take this spirit of collaboration and understanding that we have built here in Jakarta and work towards making the opportunities we have discussed a reality. Thank you all, and I look forward to seeing the continued success of our SHAPE efforts. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the International Conference on Assessing Opportunities and Challenges in ASEAN-GCC Interactions. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all speakers, moderators, and participants for their invaluable contributions today. Your presence and insights have enriched our discussions and strengthened the bridges between ASEAN and the GCC communities. Let us make the lessons learned today and transform them into impactful actions for the future. Before we part ways, may I kindly invite all the VIPs, speakers, and participants to the stage for a group photo. And thank you once again for making this conference a success. I'm Revda Selvar, your MC for today. It has been an honor to serve you as your host. Until we meet again, stay safe and have a wonderful evening. Thank you. Can we have the VIPs with the speakers on the stage for one group photo, please? بعدين بنضمهم. طيب. You can come on the stage, please. Speakers and VIPs, moderators, please come on stage for the last group photo. Okay, and now we would like to ask the rest of the participants to join our VIPs and speakers on the stage for a group photo. You go there? Well, whatever you like. You want to go there? Maybe it's easier. Okay, then photographers and VIPs exchange. Photographers on stage, VIPs back on their seats. So we take like group photo. Yeah.
Rauda. Audience, stand up and come close. Come closer, and we sit. Sure. Participants, may I have your attention? Can you stand up and come near? Yeah. Stand up and come near. Stand behind the VIPs so we can take a group photo.